Did I?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Mhm. Okay.
On your computer.
Joe, are you able to put everyone from the school board representative, like
One meeting to order. Daniel, please roll call for me, please.
President Say,
Present?
Vice President Yu. Clerk Nishi,
Present.
Board Member Dr. Apodaca,
Here.
Board Member Mr. Beach,
Present.
Board Member Dr. Eugenio,
Here.
Board Member Dr. Rios. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. This evening, we will be discussing the following item in closed section: conference with the labor negotiator, update on negotiators with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA. We also discuss about existing litigation. One matter. Do we have any public comment on closed section item for today?
We do not.
Great. Okay, now I'm gonna ask the motion and second for move to the closed section, please.
So moved. Beach.
Okay. Daniel, roll call for me, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios. Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu. Motion passes 7-0.
thank you. Now we'll close that.
So moved. Beach.
Dr. Apodaca,
Here.
Mr. Beach,
Present.
Dr. Eugenio,
Here.
Mr. Nishi,
Here.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Present?
Mrs. Yu. Here. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Daniel. We welcome public comments. Comments submitted will be presented during the public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group of concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address to the board. Comments submitted regarding the specific agenda item will be presented following the staff comment and prior to the board discussion and taking actions. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiation with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA, and existing litigation one matter. Can I have Dr. Eugenio leading us to the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Eugenio. Tonight's presentation, 2021 Student Board Representatives. Dr. Su?
Thank you very much. Tonight, we want to honor all of our student board representatives. If they are here tonight. I see a number of our student board members who are here tonight. And we want to honor, for example, at Artesia High School, Juliana De Hoya, as well as Dana Garcia. Are they here tonight? Just wave your hand. Thank you so much. Can you tell us what year? I know you're going to college, or hopefully. What school are you going to be attending?
Hello, I'm Juliana De Hoya, and I'll be attending Cal State Long Beach.
Hello, I'm Dana Garcia, and I'll be attending UC Davis.
Very good. Thank you
Wow.
so much. We also want to honor Brian Koo from Cerritos High School. Don't know if Brian is here tonight. Don't see him. As well as Jaden Zechariah. I know you're going to continue on at Cerritos High School. You're an 11th grader this year. And so we want to honor also Anais Mendoza from Gar High School and Manahil Ahmed from Gar High School. I know you're also going on this school year into the senior year this year. We want to also honor Matthew Lorca as well from Tracy High School, as well as Yvette Rodriguez, also from Tracy High School. Is Yvette here? Okay, I don't see them. From Whitney High School, Nika Fedorova, as well as Maxime Garcia from Whitney High School, who are 12th graders. Can you share with us where you're going in your next steps?
Yes, my name is Maxime Garcia. I'm going to be attending Cal State Long Beach next year.
Wonderful.
Hi, I'm Nika Fedorova, and I'm going to be going to the United States Air Force Academy.
Wonderful, excellent. I don't know if we have, oh, I see. Yesenia Rios Galdamez from ABC Adult School and Melina Ban from ABC Adult School. Can you share it with us where you're going next?
She there? Maybe she's not
Is-
here. Maybe
yeah.
she's not here.
Is Yesenia here
Is your son
or
here?
Melina? Okay, well, congratulations for serving as our student board representatives this entire school year. Thank you for all of your contributions about your school, the activities that are involved, as well as the programs that you have at your school site. Congratulations, everybody, and the very best of luck to all of you who are leaving us. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. Next recognition today is a distinguished young woman, East and West class of 2022. Dr. Su?
Okay, so we have a distinguished young women's of Cerritos Artesia Scholarship Program. The community has done it again. The distinguished young women of Cerritos Artesia Scholarship Program has awarded 7 scholarships to be used towards college expenses totaling $8,000 to 6 very deserving young women. Tiffany Chen from Whitney High School was selected as the Distinguished Young Woman of Cerritos Artesia East. And Anisha Hemini, also from Whitney High School, was selected as the Distinguished Young Woman of Cerritos Artesia West by a team of 5 judges on Sunday afternoon in April 18, 2021. They were each awarded $2,600. In addition, Michaela Guerrero from Cerritos High School was selected as the alternate and was awarded $1,200. The other winners of the evening were Eileen Chang from Whitney High School. She received $800. Kia Gupta from Cerritos High School, and it was $800. Tiffany Chang from Whitney High School for her talent at $600. Anisha Hemini from Whitney High School, the self-expression for $500. Michaela Guerrero from Cerritos High School for fitness, $500. And Sabrina Liu from the Spirit of Distinguished Young Women at $500. I see they're all here tonight. Would you like to say a few words?
I think we're going to introduce their
Okay.
DIW participant coordinator.
Okay,
Yeah, Miss Dashna Shah, and I know her many, many years. She is so much involved with all the young girls in our district, and I want to thank you so much for supporting such a wonderful program for the women that we have in our district. Thank you so much. Now we'll give you the floor to you, have if you speak, and then maybe you can have the participant like 2 minutes do their presentation. Thank you, Ms. Shah.
Mute myself. Okay, there we go. Ms. Say, thank you for giving us this opportunity to bring our girls to the ABC School Board to be recognized. So the Distinguished Young Women Scholarship Program is a program encouraging young women to go to college immediately upon graduation from high school. And we serve the districts, the cities of Cerritos and Artesia, but every junior in every school district is able to participate in this program in some form or the other, just by registering on the website, and they participate in the LA County program or the Orange County program, depending on where, which area they fall into. Our winners are very, very impressive because the Cerritos Artesia program is extremely competitive. And as the person who introduced us listed, these are our winners, Tiffany Chang and Anisha Himnani, 2 winners that we'll be sending to the California State program. where they will compete with all the other winners from all the local programs. And the winner of the state program will then go on to compete in the national program that will be held virtually from Mobile, Alabama. And this last 2 years have been very stressful for the program coordinators because we've not been able to meet in person. However, we did something very unique this year. We did a hybrid program where, maintaining all the COVID restrictions and all the social distancing guidelines, we were able to do some of the events via Zoom and some of the events in person, and selected our 3 winners. And this program was started by, it was supported by the Seroptimists, and upon their retirement, we took it over. And it's just a wonderful, very gratifying program. And it's just wonderful to be able to work with these young ladies and see them blossom and grow. Tiffany and Anisha, both from Whitney High School, are going to go on to the state program. And Michaela is our alternate. In case Tiffany or Anisha are unable to participate in the state program, then Michaela will step in. So I'm going to, at this point, Sophia Say is on our board, one of the board members, and without the support of all the community, there's no way that we would be able to award this kind of scholarship, because all the money comes from fundraising. So the city of Cerritos supports us, the city of Artesia, and local merchants and business people support us, which we're very, very grateful for. And I'm going to give it to Tiffany, and then Anisha and Michaela, if you guys would just like to say a few words about the program. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Chang, and this year I am the Distinguished Young Woman of Cerritos Artesia East. This program was a really good experience as a junior, because it's free to participate, and all junior girls in our area are able to participate in the Cerritos Artesia program. And this experience was really good for me personally, because it helped me build confidence, and it improved my interview skills and speaking skills. It also gave me an opportunity to make friends with girls in other schools in our district that I wasn't able to talk to previously. And because our program was hybrid this year, it was half online and half in person, I was still able to get the experience of the Distinguished Young Woman program and be able to make friends with a bunch of amazing girls that are my age. So overall, the Distinguished Young Woman program was an extremely rewarding experience for me personally.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anisha. I'm the Distinguished Young Woman of Cerritos and Artesia West, and I'll be accompanying Tiffany in our state program this summer. And yes, like Tiffany said, this program was very rewarding, and I was able to gain valuable skills that I'll be able to use for the rest of my life. And the workshops, we had interview workshops and we had fitness practices where I was able to bond with girls all over the district. And the workshops really helped improve on skills, and it taught new skills that would be helpful for our interview and our self-expression. And I believe this program was very rewarding, and it was a great way to connect with people during this difficult time in the pandemic. And I'll hand it over to Michaela now.
Hi, my name is Michaela Guerrero, and I go to Cerritos High School, and I was the Distinguished Young Woman of Cerritos and Artesia East and West alternate. And just like Tiffany and Anisha said, this program was super rewarding for me. And as someone that has a lot of self-esteem issues, it was nice to go out and just see how much potential I have. And this program definitely has rewarded so many young women on recognizing their full potential and is teaching them the skills necessary to become the best person that they can possibly be. And personally, from my experience, it was very unforgettable, and is something that I will take on for the rest of my life. And I've learned a lot about myself, about others, and how to improve ourselves in the community around us. So overall, this was just a really valuable experience for me. And I have also told a lot of the underclassmen in my school to join this program when their time comes, because no matter if you win a scholarship or not, we are all winners, and we have learned so many things that we can carry on as we grow older.
Thank you. I do want to tell you that we're the big winner here as ABC district. The reason I say that, remember I attended 2 state champion over there, and when they announced ABC Unified School District area, the 2 winners from our area, and people said there is an ABC school there, so we won that too because you folks. So please go get it. represent for our district, and we want you to be top winner again for us. Let people know what the ABC is about. Thank you so much for you coming tonight. And do you have anything, any question, my board colleague? Now we better let you go so you can go do your homework. Thank you again. Thank you, Ms. Shah. Thank you, Ms. Shah. Okay, may I have a motion to approve agenda for regular meeting of June 1st, 2021?
Second, Apodaca.
Thank you, Daniel. Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu. Motion passes 7-0.
thank you. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of May 18, 2021?
So moved, Beach.
Daniel, roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio, Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu. Motion passes 7-0.
thank you. Next to our superintendent report.
Thank you very much, President Tsai. I hope everyone had a wonderful Memorial Day yesterday. We will have 2 clinics in our schools to provide vaccines to those who are 12 or older. The LA County Department of Public Health, Sahas for Cause, and Pico Pharmacy will be providing the vaccines at 2 of our own schools. The first one will be held at Cerritos High School's gym tomorrow, Wednesday, June the 2nd, from 4:00 p.m. to 7:00 p.m. The second one will be held at Artesia High School's gym on Saturday, June the 12th, from 2021, from 9:00 to 12:00 p.m. The Pfizer vaccine, now approved for those 12 years of age and older, will be provided. These clinics do qualify for the Vax for the Win California Vaccine Incentive Program, where a $50 e-gift cards are distributed to those who register, and some may win even larger prizes. Please register at myturn.ca.gov. I'm sure these will be very popular events to attend to. On Tuesday, May the 18th, we learned that Madison Plotkin from Whitney High School won Congresswoman Linda Sanchez's congressional art competition for her wonderful piece called Fish Food. Her artwork will be hung in the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. for 1 year. On Friday, May 21st, I visited Palms Elementary School with Principal Julie Yabumoto. There were numerous students in her school. The teachers were able to use the voice lift system to project their voices. All students were behind plexiglass systems with headsets on during the classrooms I visited. I also visited with Joshua Pena, the mental health professional at Palms Elementary School. He has done a wonderful job in maintaining the issues with mental health at Palms Elementary School. Later in the evening, I attended the Paul Killian Science Legacy Award ceremony. The event was wonderful since Paul Killian was able to present his version of how science impacted his life. The ceremony awarded 2 students per middle school in the district. This also included Carmenita Middle School, Fetty, Haskell, Ross, Tetzloff, and Whitney High School. Following the ceremony, there was an imaginative set of experiments where students were able to demonstrate their learning. On Saturday, I attended the AXA Risk Communication in Schools during COVID-19. It was sponsored by UCLA, where we had a general session and breakout sessions. On Monday, I visited Juarez Elementary School with Principal Christine Balbuena. It was wonderful to see so many students in all the classrooms I visited. Both Christine Balbuena and Evelyn Ha have completed their dissertations at University of La Verne. They will soon be known as Dr. Balbuena and Dr. Ha. On Tuesday, I visited with all the middle school principals virtually. We had an open conversation about our promotions as well as how we are proceeding during the final 2 weeks of school. On Wednesday, I visited with Mariah Belingit with the Washington Post. She specifically wanted to know how many students chose to exit our district to be homeschooled by an outside organization or their family members. To date, there are 14 students who chose this route to be homeschooled. Later in the morning, I attended the LA County Office of Education's Budget Perspectives Workshop. This was conducted by Capital Advisors with Jack O'Connell, our former state superintendent of public instruction, and Kevin Gordon. It was a fascinating workshop with information that is related to all of us. In the afternoon, Ray Gear, president of ABCFT, and I were recorded for the National Labor Management Virtual Symposium held during June 15th through the 17th. There will be a series of questions by Sarah Amar with the Labor Management Symposium. This video will be showcased to the participants at the symposium. We will be presenting at the National Labor Management Virtual Symposium on June 16 on a different topic. Our topic is called Leaning into LMC Partnership to Reopen Our Schools Amid the Pandemic. Following this meeting, I met with the Consul General of Japan, Muto Akira. We spoke for about the future of our high schools offering Japanese. We are considering offering a Japanese dual language education program at one of our high schools in the 2022-23 school year. This has also been offered in Culver City, Glendale, as well as LA Unified School District. Later in the afternoon, I joined the 2021 California School Recognition Program. We were absolutely delighted that Gar High School has been selected as this year's 2021 California Distinguished School Program. Again, congratulations to all of our Gar High School gladiators. In the evening on May 27th, I joined in the broadcast of our ABC Management Association's Dr. Bettina Love was the guest speaker on what we want to do more than just survive for ABC Management Association. It was a fascinating presentation. On May 28th, I visited Ross Middle School with Principal Priscilla Rodriguez. We toured almost every classroom as well as spoke with their co-administrators, nutrition services, and mental health professional Elizabeth Cruz. It was a wonderful event at Ross Middle School. In the evening, I attended Gar High School's Candle Rose and Senior Awards Night. It was a tremendous effort with Principal Dr. Ricardo Lois, faculty, and students to make this a very special memory for those who were participating. That concludes my report, President Say.
Thank you, Dr. Su. Next one will be our employee representative report. Are there any employee representative report for today? Scott? Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Good evening, President Say, school board trustees, Superintendent Dr. Su, administrative cabinet, teachers, nurses, parents, students, and ABC community members. My name is Ray Garrett. I'm president of the ABC Federation of Teachers, representing about 1,000 members. In the spirit of transparency with the board and the community, I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight some of the more recent changes in ABC when it comes to our academic calendar. As you may or may not be aware, there is state funding that provides school districts with the funding for additional instructional minutes with the suggestion of adding 5 additional instructional days to the academic calendar to address any gaps that our students may have incurred over the last year. Let's think of any additional funding we are getting in the concept of a long-term investment. I'm sure if you ask any parent, student, or teacher if they think that 5 additional days would be able to get ABC students up to speed again, they would respond with a resounding no. Would it move the needle on academics? Sure, but barely. Thinking that a short-term 5 days would fix all of our students' academic shortcomings is like gambling with our students' futures. Would it be good for all students? What happens to the kid that doesn't get to be there for the 5 days? All true investment takes time and effort before you see the results. And we all know that consistent work will pay dividends, returns, success, whatever you want to call it. But here in the form of academic achievement and prestige for our district and the ABC community. Good scores and positive stories about the district ensure high housing prices and thriving businesses. This is how you turn an investment into a legacy, a community built on legacy. The ABC Federation of Teachers took an internal survey and found that teachers felt that there were more productive ways to address the impact of the pandemic on our students' academic progress. Instead of 5 days, we needed a long-term solution that would help our students for years to come. Therefore, the district and the teachers union agreed not to use this funding for the 5 additional instructional days, so we could put this $5 million or so towards longitudinal supports for our students and teachers in the form of lowering class sizes, decreasing the need for combo classes, and for providing more substantial teacher-student supports in the form of paraeducators to decrease adult-student ratios. Research shows that increased face time and smaller teacher-student ratios have a correlation to better academic performance. The ABC Federation of Teachers felt that these additional supports would be far more effective and proactive about addressing any student shortcomings due to the pandemic. The ABC district is receiving more than $68 million over the next handful of years. It is important that the public education system use these additional funds to improve the learning conditions of our students so that the public can see what is possible in education with the additional funding per student. None of this $68 million will be used for ongoing salary increases, but there will most likely be extra compensation when extra work is done. I repeat, none of this money will be used for ongoing salary increases. Nothing is for free, and ABCFT members know that the ABC community expects the best from our hardworking teachers and nurses and classified siblings. ABC needs to continue to hire, attract, and retain the most qualified employees, and not acknowledging administrators and classified for their hard work they've done this year is disappointing and could have a lasting impact on our schools if personnel leave our district. Speaking of investments, we need to look at how we can avoid future problems with substitutes so that we're not paying outside agencies almost twice as much as we would have if we had actually cultivated a deep pool of substitutes. Underpaying substitutes who ABCFT doesn't represent is now costing more and will have an impact on classrooms for years to come. You can't just put a warm body into a classroom and expect magic to occur. The suggestion by some board members last meeting that this was acceptable is disappointing. A school district substitute should be a newer teacher who is already qualified and that wants to get into ABC because they hear good things about the ABC school district. Think of a substitute teacher as being in our minor leagues if you're a baseball player or a football player or a hockey player. Do we want our minor league teams filled with castaways of other districts? Or do we want an all-star bench that would thrive in our classrooms, that can become classroom teachers? My point is that everything is connected. We have the money to do what is right for our students, and they're impacted by everything the adults do. If we're thoughtful, we will ultimately be successful. If we're cheap and cut corners, our students will pay the price, and this ABC community will take their kids elsewhere. If it impacted my kids' academic future, I'd leave too. I'm not suggesting people leave, but I think there are long-term implications if we don't take a look at what we're doing. ABC is at a turning point. A host of veterans are leaving this district and a new age of ABC is coming. It's exciting. If our budgets don't reflect our value on people and our students, then ABC will revisit the dark days of the past where nobody wins. What I saw outside the district office today made me sad because this has an impact on our community. I'm hoping that all the stakeholders will continue to look out for each other and that no one will be left behind. Not a teacher or a nurse or an administrator or a classified employee or a parent or a student. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other employee representative here? Give reports, Mr. Smith?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, now it's my report. On May 24, 5:30 p.m., attendant Gonzalez band program level 2 and other level 3 band final recital was held at 7 p.m. The two programs have completed different student performing. It was a well-done performance. Thank you to the faculty and staff for keeping the students engaged. And thank you to parents as well. Everyone really made an impossible be possible. One student, I believe his name is Tyson, was very brave. He had some minor error and he kept apologizing and was very polite. He responded very appropriately. I give credit to both parents and teacher for your involvement in shaping such polite young men. I do have some bad news to share with my colleague here. Mr. James Brick, our music director for the Gonzalez Elementary School, is retiring from our district. I've known James for over 20 years. Because him, I have been able to support Ross Middle School band and have been able to get some donation for that school. Mr. Brink, I will miss you, and it is great loss for our district. On May 25th, attendance strategy planning committee meeting, I would like to give special thank you to our committee members and chairwoman, Ms. Serena Yuan, for their participation and support. And also thank you to Dr. Mayfield and your team for focus on improvement. Your hard work benefits to our students. On May 26th, attended a California School Recognition Program virtual award ceremony. Over 350 schools were recognized. Like Dr. Seuss mentioned about Gar High School, and Gar High was named as 2021 California Distinguished School. I'm glad to see that we are hosting a vaccine clinic at our two school sites, including tomorrow at Cerritos High. The County Department of Public Health is bringing the Pfizer vaccine to the community, which is now approved for the children 12 years old and older. This vaccine has been proven to be safe and effective. The vaccine clinic also are part of a state award program. You can qualify, like Dr. Sue said, e-gifts card and large prizes there. The sooner we all vaccinated, the sooner things will get back to normal. But however, I do know some parents may not agree with that. Again, we support the vaccine site for those people who wanted to get vaccine, and you're welcome. For those people who doesn't want, we're not pushing anyone to get vaccines. It just provides service to the people who need. Over the next few weeks, our student will be graduating or promoting to a new grad or school. I want to thank to my colleague for participating in the events. This event is so important to our students and family. I am so proud of all our students. I hope it's not too hot that day. Just want to remember our new board member here. Bring your cold water there and wear a hat if you have to. And because sometimes we have to sit outside, it's really hot and polling area. So I want to say we are 18. That will be my end president report. Thank you. And I want to thank you, Dr. Su, right away respond so quick and give a 2 site for the vaccine for age 12 years old. And I also encourage our board member, if you exercise Facebook, send it news to everyone. Now, I'd like to call, we have a special guest from Cerritos City Council member, Mr. Frank Yokoyama. And he's going to be, Frank, are you there, Mr. Yokoyama?
I'm here.
Okay,
President.
so I'm going to give the floor to you, and he will present certificate of recognition in honor of Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month presented to us. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Say. I just need the admin to allow me to start my video. Thank you. Hello, I'm City of Cerritos Council Member Frank Aurelio Yokoyama. And thank you to President Say for letting me make the following presentations tonight. The month of May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, where we recognize the immense contributions of our AAPI brothers and sisters. As one of the fastest growing communities in the United States and in California, the AAPI community includes individuals who draw their heritage from East Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, and the Pacific Islands. In recognition of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, the city of Cerritos takes great pleasure in honoring Dr. Michael Eugenio, board member of the ABC Unified School District Board of Education, for his exceptional contributions to the community. The city of Cerritos takes great pleasure in honoring Ernie Nishi, clerk of the ABC Unified School District Board of Education, for his exceptional contributions to the community. The city of Cerritos takes great pleasure in honoring Sue Yu, vice president of the ABC Unified School District Board of Education, for her exceptional contributions to the community. The city of Cerritos takes great pleasure in honoring Sophia Say, president of the ABC Unified School District Board of Education, for her exceptional contributions to the community. And the city of Cerritos and I also take outstanding pleasure in honoring Dr. Mary Sue, Superintendent of the ABC Unified School District, for her exceptional contributions to the community. Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is a time to celebrate and pay tribute to the achievements and influence of these Asian American and Pacific Islander leaders in our ABC Unified School District. Thank you for letting me make these presentations in recognition of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month tonight. And I will be delivering these certificates to the school district office this week, so all of you can have your actual certificates this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Have a good
Council Member Yokoyama. Now back to the public comment. I'll give the floor to our clerk, Mr. Nishii.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Persons wishing to address the board should provide public comments during the public comments section via the following method: myabcusd.org/board meeting, and use the link or phone number to participate in the Zoom meeting. If using Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature during the public comments portion of the agenda or during the public comments time after an agenda item. If using a phone, please use *9 to raise your hand during the public comments portion of the agenda or during the public comments time after agenda item. Then use *6 to unmute yourself when you're called on to speak. That's an important feature. Please use that one. Comments will be presented during the public comments section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Haven't seen that yet. Comments submitted regarding a specific agenda item will be presented following staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks regarding a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. Ms. Mr. Smith, do we have any public comments?
It appears that we do not at this time. I think we're ready to move on to the next item.
Yes. as
What?
well.
Did I hear that?
Okay, let's go on. Consent calendar.
I'm as surprised as you are.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you.
Consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved, Apodaca.
Thank you. Second? Thank you. Is there anyone who wish to remove any item to be considered separately under the?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes,
Is
Madam
it clarification or?
Yes, just clarification,
okay.
Madam President. 3.2C, 3.3C, and 3.5C.
Okay, who's the percent there? Let me look at that.
And I think somebody else had did anybody else want to pull?
Let me look at that.
All right,
Let me see who can respond to you.
3.2C. That's basically just to actually comment. This is a good thing that you're spending. Normally, I don't like to spend more money on things, but this is for 5 Kids Art. You're doubling the money for the summer session. I'm presuming to address the demand that we hope to have for all kids to participate in summer sessions, right?
That's correct.
That is great. I'm thankful for a very responsive staff to our concerns. The only question I have about 3.3C is who else do we consult regarding particular services that Carnegie is offering?
Carnegie is our math textbook publisher, and they provide professional development to support their instructional materials. This is like our 7th year of this adoption, and they're the most appropriate folks to provide the training on their materials.
Okay, and so you don't need to look out because that would actually be inferior services. So I think that's great. That's a good rationale to select them. And then contract tutor zone, instead of $3.8 per student per day, that sounds really cheap, but what is the top expected rough order of magnitude that you expect to spend on this? And by the way, I think it's great that we're spending money on this, but I just need to know if somebody ever asked me.
This is to serve up to 400 students, and
Oh.
students can take either math and or English language arts.
So 400 times 387,
Correct.
but that's per day. So how much do you think that it's actually going to be?
Summer school is from June 28th to July 22nd. So it's for each day of summer school. So we can do the math real quick, you like?
Yes.
About $40,000.
$40,000. That sounds like a great deal. And it's using the CARES Act fund, which is an exactly appropriate use for that. Thank you very much, Madam President. Those are the only questions I had.
So since we have a motion, we have the second already here. Daniel, can you make a roll call for me, please?
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu. Motion passes 7-0.
I give Dr. Su removed the information item earlier, right? Okay. So we will move from 1.1, 1.5-I. I would like to open the public hearing for the local control accountability plan, which is LCAP, and the preliminary budget for the 2021 to 2022 fiscal year. Dr. Su, please.
Thank you very much, President Say. Tonight, we're not voting on this item. This is our proposed local control accountability plan. This is a public hearing, and if we can certainly have a discussion following this hearing. And so I'm going to ask Dr. Mayfield to take it away.
Thank you so much, Dr. Su. Good evening, members of the board and members of our community. As Dr. Su indicated, tonight we're presenting the local control accountability plan for the 2021-24 school year. I would like to begin with an expression of gratitude for the district team that's responsible for leading, facilitating, and implementing the local control accountability plan's actions and service items, which are directed towards our students and our staffs and focus on increase in improving achievement, as well as addressing the social emotional needs of students. Joining me this evening in this presentation is Mr. Tuan Nguyen, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Dr. Gina Zitlow, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Sasha Leonardo, our Program Coordinator for Career and Technical Education, Melinda Ortiz, our Director of School Services, Dr. Beth Bray, Supervisor of Elementary Curriculum and Professional Learning, Carol Castro, Supervisor of Secondary Curriculum and Professional Learning, and Lisa Davis, Supervisor of Special Programs. If I could just start with a quick review that are my response, okay. So the local control accountability plan is part of a coherent and a comprehensive system, so it does not stand alone. It is also aligned to the California dashboard and as well as the local control funding formula for supplemental and concentration funds. It's important that we remind our community that due to COVID-19 pandemic, the state assessments were suspended for the 2019-20 school year. So there is a gap in the data that you'll be hearing staff report on tonight. And that's not unique to ABC, it's across the state of California. And so part of our requirement though is to look at the data and align it to the actions and services that are being provided to students in our LCAP. Annually, we're required to meet and provide not only a LCAP update of the previous year's progress or the current year's progress, but also to request input from our stakeholders. Those meetings were held between April and May of this year. Tonight is our public hearing. The board will be asked to take action on June 15th. Following the board action item on June 15th, the LCAP must be approved by the Los Angeles County Office of Education. They are ultimately the final approval of the LCAP. Without their approval, we cannot move forward with implementing the actions and services. It's staff responsibility to ensure that the recommendations are aligned to the guidelines that have been established by the state. Once we have LACO's approval, then we will proceed with the implementation of our LCAP. Listed here are 8 stakeholder groups that are engaged in this process. We meet with these groups at least twice a year to provide the annual update as well as to gather their input. The annual update is where we talk about our progress on the implementation of the various goals. I want to say I'm extremely proud of our students. We held our student voice forums virtually. I was very appreciative that my staff helped me out this year and met with our students. And our students really do have a voice. They really do have an opinion about what they think is important for their education. And you'll see their feedback as well as that of all the groups represented here in the recommendations being made tonight. As another reminder, there are 8 state priorities and our recommendations must be aligned to these state priorities in the area of basic services, implementation of the state standards, parent engagement, student achievement, student engagement, school climate, course access, and student outcomes. The state measures in the 3rd column are required metrics that we must report out annually, and those metrics are part of the California dashboard, as well as local measures in any areas where the state does not have a state measure for one of the priorities. This next statement is really critical for our community to understand. The local control accountability plan in regards to the supplemental funding requirements, that these funds must be primarily directed towards students who are from low-income backgrounds without permanent housing, English learners, and foster youth. These are the student groups that generate these funds, and these are the students who these funds must be primarily directed towards. New to the LCAP requirement is when we write our actions and services, we have to stipulate which student group we are specifically targeting those services for. Other students may benefit from the services, but it's important to recognize that the intent of the services is primarily directed at increasing and improving the learning outcome for these particular student groups. Dr. Zietlow.
So in our first 3 areas here for action and services numbers 1, 3, and 14, we look at our teachers being fully credentialed, and we continue to have that at 100%. We look at having all of the instructional materials as required by the Williams Act, and that again is at 100%. And also we meet the compliance with all of our facilities inspections for Williams, and that again is at 100%.
Thank you, Dr. Zietlow. Before we proceed, the board has a copy of the local control accountability recommendations in a board book. There's a tab that says 39 items. The actions and service numbers that you'll hear staff referring to is reflected in those 39 items. But the statements that they're reading following that is basically the overarching theme for each of those items. And so you don't really have to refer to the book, but I wanted to share with you the alignment of those numbers to the book that you have a copy of. This book is also available on our district website and is open to the public. So we do have some teammates who are virtually online, and so I won't call on you. You know who you are, and if you can just proceed with the presentation, and I'll move the slides forward. Dr. Bray.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to talk a little bit about implementing California standards and the action and services here. There's about 8 of them, and their major focus is on professional learning. We use the coaching model to support our students all the way from TK to 12th grade, both general education and special education teachers. And you can see in this description that we have many focuses in these 8 actions that range from data analysis and goal setting to strategy implementation and culturally responsive classroom practices. Again, also technology. So we have lots of specific actions that we're covering. Also, we're providing additional supports for students with that are English learners, specialized training for some of the paraeducators, and we also are including some student enrichment activities. So pleased to be bringing back the Spelling Bee, the Reading Olympics, the STEM Club, and the STEM Olympics this year. So the measures that we are using to measure our growth here. Again, this is a little bit of old data, but I want to bring your attention to just a couple things here because we didn't have a real good chance to present this data to you last year. And there were some significant increases in some of the groups that we have really focused in on. Overall, for English language arts, the students maintained. In other words, they didn't go up and they didn't significantly increase. And our foster youth and English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged, those students did maintain growth. However, the homeless youth did make a growth of 7 points, which is significant on the dashboard. And the students with disabilities increased by 12 points in English language arts. And in math, we see a similar story. The overall increase was 2.1 points. And we had some groups maintain. But we see the foster youth, they just really increased 24.6 points. Homeless youth, 14 points. Socioeconomically disadvantaged, up 2.3 points. And students with disabilities, up 9.3 points. So this is really a significant growth that we really didn't have a chance to talk about last year. So I'm very pleased to say this in public. The CAST is the science test. This was the first year that it was reported, and our baseline data is 43.47%. We expect this to go up significantly because this was a brand new test. And as our teachers and our students become more familiar with what the expectations are, we know that they're going to do much, much better. The English learner proficiency rate, again, we saw an increase of 14.21%, which is significant. And the reclassification rate for English learners also went up by 6.7%. All good news.
Thank you, Dr. Bray. Ms. Davis.
Good evening, members of the board. Our trying to remove barriers and open meaningful two-way communication. You see with our data here that many of the strategies that we've used, such as social media, face-to-face when possible, and virtual, involving parents in discussions of student academics, learning, other district and school activities, keep parents informed and to also obtain but in terms of policies, procedures, programs here in the district. We do have focused on our ELs, and our district English Language Advisory Committee and our LCAP committee meet throughout the year, and they provide input. It's used to serve families, to find out workshop topics, information that's needed, provide opportunities for engage in the decision-making process. And during these meetings, parents also data, and as I said, which is used to refine many of the district policies and procedures. Additionally, we have meetings with our Parent Advisory Committee, which also includes parents of ELs, low-income and homeless families, and parents and guardians of foster youth. They include input regarding the district LCAP, the LCAP federal addendum, the EON, our district Title III budget, which is submitted annually with our consolidated application. We, as I said, with the pandemic, have had to move a little out of the box and utilize social media more. We still have newsletters, thanks to Scott. We have blogs, messaging platforms, and when necessary, and if it's hard to reach, phone calls and face options, just to keep parents informed and to continue to obtain feedback. Our ABC Adult School is also an integral part to building our homeschool connection, as ABC Adult School offers a variety of courses and workshops. Many of those courses and workshops are facilitated by district-funded TOSAs. You'll see in our data that from 2018-19 to 2019-20, we maintained a 90% level of parents feeling that school and district staff allows their input. As far as how parents feel about schools and district welcoming their contributions, we took a slight dip, and it may have been in decisions made about the pandemic and how it affected instruction, but we're at 73%. And for 2019-20, there was a slight dip. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Ms. Castro.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to present on student engagement achievements, particularly when it comes to providing students with services that would support the preparation for college and career opportunities. This can include things like reduced class sizes, GATE at the elementary level, advanced placement tutoring, community college dual enrollment, dual language immersion, a CTE. So a number of different items that we tried to cover under this area. Some of our measures to highlight here is in the AP exam, even though we were mid-pandemic back in the spring of 2020, we still had a 1.4% increase of our scores of students who passed with a 3 or higher. Another thing to highlight is for GATE students, we had an increase of 4.6% of students who met the criteria. For AVID, our graduation rate for the class of 2020 was 100%, and of which 95% applied to a 4-year college with a 91% acceptance rate, which I think is wonderful and is something to definitely be proud of. For our CTE pathways, we had a 2% increase, as well as an increase in the articulation of our courses. And some of our other data that's on there, such as EAP and SAT, I do want to highlight that that is old data since the assessments were suspended, so they were from prior years. And so you see that reflected in the information that's provided there. The next slide has to do again with a continuation of those services to create those conditions for post-secondary education. And those are our expanded summer school offerings, including the elementary and secondary programs, our summer school English learner program called Language Excels, AG course makeup requirements, middle and high school support transition programs, our Admentum online credit recovery program, which supports students who have fallen behind in credits, and various alternative learning communities. So for that, we see that our A through G passage rate increased slightly with 0.2%, with 59.1% of our students meeting their A through G completion. Our high school graduation rate slightly decreased, but as we can see that from the class of 2020, there were some obvious issues with the pandemic and more students who needed time in the summer to graduate versus graduating in the June. And then our dropout rate did decrease, which is good news because that means more of our students are staying more engaged with our schools. And that's it for my section.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. Ms. Ortiz.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to present on our school climate, and these are actions and services 33 through 36, which is our multi-tiered system of support to address our students' attendance rates, suspension, and social emotional wellness. And as you are already familiar, we have our mental health professionals at each one of our schools, 2 at our high schools, 1 at all of our middle schools and elementary, and 1 at Tracy High School. We also do this through our PBIS throughout our district, with each of our schools now operating their own PBIS supports at their school site level. We have PIP at 11 of our schools, of our elementary schools, that we continue to use our intern bachelor interns for social work to support the PIP program. As well, we have a behavioral social emotional learning TOSA, who is a 60% person who also works with our individual teachers and students that are having some very complex behavioral challenges. And that's more of a tier 3 level support. And then we have our coordinator of pupil support services and attendance, which we will be bringing back again, hopefully next year. So when we're looking at our metrics for these areas, we're looking at our chronic absenteeism rate. And for the 1920 year, it was 6.8%, which is slightly down, 0.2% decrease. So that's good. We don't want our kids absent, obviously. Our attendance rate in 1920 was 96.5. So we pretty much maintained from the year prior. Our suspension rate was down about 0.6%, but please know that our suspension rate was 1%. So very, very low. And something that I think we're proud of in our district, as we've worked really hard at each one of our schools to provide other means of support rather than suspension. And it's very obvious in that low suspension rate district-wide. And then, of course, we've maintained a 0% expulsion rate, and I don't know many other districts that can say that. And then finally, we do the California Healthy Kids Survey every year. And with the California Healthy Kids Survey, we're looking for school connectedness of our students. We give this survey in the past to 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th grade students. And this upcoming year, we will start giving it to 6th, 7th, 9th, and 11th grade students. What we have in this slide here is information regarding the participation rate, and this was last year. And so when we started the assessment, it was right before we closed schools for the pandemic. So we have a little bit slightly decrease in our participation rate as we closed schools, and then students needed to jump on and do the survey from home. But in 5th grade, we had a decrease by 3%. To 71%, usually that's a little bit higher. 7th grade, 66%, and we decreased by about 5%. Our 9th graders, we decreased by about 3%, and our 11th grade remained about the same at 54%. But again, that's not typical. We usually have a pretty strong percentage of participation, and we believe that it's just due to the timing of the survey last year. And that is it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Ms. Davis.
And finally, we have our allocations of supplemental funds to each of the sites. These funds are allocated based on the number of English learners, low income, foster, and homeless youth enrolled at each site. Similar to the LCAP, each school's plan for student achievement must be aligned to the 8 state priorities, the district LCAP, and the district strategic plan. Schools can utilize these funds to support the needs of services based on using consultants, supplementary materials, professional development, additional technology, visual and performing arts programs, before school, after school, during school intervention programs, staff hourly that might be attached to that, data analysis, parent workshops, just basically to move students toward college and career readiness in the sites. Descriptions of all of these activities are available in each school's site plan for student achievement. And for more information, you can reach out to the school sites and or contact my office for a copy.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. So this first section was a review of the recommendations of actions and services that we would like to continue. We've been providing those services for the last 2 LCAP cycle. You heard staff report the data as an indicator of our progress and our growth. I want to make it clear that we don't believe we've arrived. We know that we still have room to grow and make progress. But like we say to our students and to our teachers, it's important that we celebrate our growth. And that is what we saw tonight, that we are making growth in most of our areas, and there is room for improvement. In this next section, we want to highlight some items that are new services that were not previously offered, as well as services that are expanding. And so I'll take the first item. In the first item, let me go back. Thank you. And the first item, a new support that we're looking forward to bringing forward is an ethnic study course. We heard our students asking for this, as well as community members. We've been offering an ethnic study course at Artesia High School for a couple of years now. We recognize that to move forward with offering ethnic studies at all of our schools, that we want to make sure we do it the right way by providing teachers with the professional learning that they need to teach the content. It's important that teachers know how to teach the content of ethnic studies, as well as how to deliver the instruction in a way that's non-discriminatory, but it encourages students to be learners, to interpret the facts and to explore different ideas and different points of views. And so we hope to partner with a university in this effort to come alongside and work with our teachers. We've already established 2 committees that consist of teachers. They've had their first 2 meetings already, and I'll tell you, they're excited. We were meeting with them last week with 8 days of school left. And you would think it was the start of the school year with the amount of excitement and energy that was in the room with the teachers who will be part of this work in terms of identifying the courses, making sure that they meet the requirements to earn A to G credit, as well as that the content is appropriate for the students that we're serving. So this is a new support that's been added to our LCAP that we're recommending in this next cycle. And I'm just going to have the staff, if you would just share when your item comes up. Dr. Burke?
Okay, I'm going to discuss number 9 a little bit. Again, as Dr. Mayfield discussed, this was a committee of people that got together actually 2 years ago. We started this work looking at the California English Learner Roadmap, something that we feel is going to take us to the next level of professional development. So this is a new focus area, and we're excited to be able to present this. This is assets oriented and needs responsive. This is going to ensure that our programs value and build on the cultural and linguistic assets of students that they bring to their education, and in a safe and affirming school climate. And then the educators will value and build on strong family, community, and school partnerships. It's something that we're very excited to learn about and bring to all of our schools. So this will be a new focus area.
Thank you, Dr. Brea. I believe Ms. Castro, you have the next 3.
Yes, I have items 17, 22, and 23 that you see. Advanced placement support, we have had that, but we're expanding it even further. We've done things like Summer Prep Academy, and we've done some preparation right prior to the AP test. But it's important that we consistently provide support to our students throughout the year on both the preparation and test taking strategies, but also on the coursework. And so that therefore we're expanding the support in that way. For item 22, we are looking to coordinate tutoring support for our low-income students, particularly when it comes to dual enrollment. I'm so proud of our partnership with Cerritos College and the fact that we've been expanding the offerings of dual enrollment with our CCAP programs at our various campuses. But we have found that we need to provide greater support to our low-income students, especially since with this pandemic, many of the courses have turned to online and will continue to be partially online with Cerritos College, and therefore having a place for students to come receive support, tutoring, or to have a lab where they could use the devices would be important to continue in their coursework with Cerritos College. In addition to that, I'm also very excited that we are going to have a new support, which is a district designated English learner counselor. Counselor will be working specifically with our parents and students and site administrators to provide support in the areas of monitoring and tracking student academic progress. Most particularly that's important is to make sure that they're on track for graduation and that transition between elementary and middle school and middle and high school is a smooth transition for students and that they are appropriately placed in coursework that would allow them to achieve their post-secondary goals. I believe I have the next item, correct?
Yes,
Item number
you're
25.
correct, Ms. Castro.
Yes. So item number 25 is currently we do have an alternative learning community at Artesia High School, which has been very successful in supporting our students, as well as our teen parent program at Tracy High School. But we are going to expand this service now to provide an alternative learning community for Gar High School as well in the coming school year for the 2021. So that is an additional service that we are going to provide students in order to make sure that for those students of low income backgrounds without permanent housing or who are in foster care can have a small learning community where we can make sure that students are attending school on a daily basis, connecting with adults that are mentoring and supporting them and helping them recover credits in order to ensure that they will graduate within the 4-year time period in high school.
Thank you. Dr. Bray.
And another exciting extended support is to add on to our visual performing arts, in the addition to our band program, we want to add some theater and visual art experiences, especially for our low income students with a low income background, and make sure that they have the extended experiences that will help them make choices for visual and performing arts, theater and visual arts. And for secondary students, we will recruit and make aware of the possibilities of theater and visual arts as an option so that the students can explore industries that may have a career that is available to them in that arena, and also to ensure that our students, all students, have the instructional resources and materials to be able to participate in a theater or visual arts program.
Thank you. And number 31 is to indicate that our schools are receiving approximately a 10% increase in their site allocation based on their enrollment of the identified student groups. And Mr. Nguyen will speak more directly to that in upcoming slides. Ms. Ortiz, number 32.
Thank you. Number 32 is to reinstate position, the coordinator of pupil support services and attendance. You can see why we call it CPSSA. It's a lot easier to say. This position will work with all of our school sites, elementary, middle, and high school, with the administrators to help reduce the number of students who are chronically absent by working with them directly, providing them data, regular data on a monthly basis to track our students and to serve on committees, meeting with parents. They will do home visits. This person will do home visits with our mental health professionals to go out and work with our families to ensure that they have the supports that they need so that we can keep our kids coming to school daily and regularly. So again, this will be the coordinator of pupil support services and attendance, and we'll reinstate that for the upcoming school year.
Thank you. And Dr. Zietlow, number 39.
Our new support is the equity officer, and this new officer will be working directly with our site principals, site administrators, and our district departments, specifically looking to work at and look at processes, procedures, school culture and climate, assessing it from an equitable lens, and working to make the changes needed to create equity in our schools and in our practices and processes.
So I'd like to thank all the staff for their hard work. They work hard to deliver these services to our students and families, and our staff are benefiting from the services that they are providing and overseeing. So I just want to express appreciation for all of them. They're going to remain on the line to answer questions following Mr. Nguyen's information regarding the budget. And so this piece of the budget is tied to the LCAP.
Thank you, Dr. Mayfield. So, what happened?
We want to keep that presentation up, please. It has about 3 more slides.
Madam President, so we're going to hear the budget
It's-
next also?
This is tied, no,
tied
this is part of the
together. This one
LCAP
tied
still.
together, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, go back to the previous presentation. We weren't done.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with regard to the local control funding formula and the LCAP or the LCFF funding, this is how school districts receive funds from the state. So every school district receive a base grant based on the number of students you serve or their attendance, the ADA per district multiplied by a base grant. So for ABC, for the next school year, we are expecting about $180.2 million of the base grant money. And with the base grant money, the board has full control in how to spend that money. Now, with the supplemental and concentration grant, this is what the LCAP is about. So with the supplemental and concentration grant, the money have to be spent toward the students that generate the funds. And I want to repeat that: low-income students, English learners, homeless students, and foster youth. So normally we do not receive the concentration grant. But this year, in order to receive the concentration grant, your percentage of eligible students have to be greater than 55%. And we usually at about 54.6, right? Just right above that, below that. So in the past, we only have just received the supplemental grant, which is about $18.7 million. But this year, the percentage of eligible students increased to 56.4. So that 1.4% above the 55% entitle us to about $1.2 million extra of the LCAP funds. Together with the $20 million of supplemental grant, we are receiving about $21.3 million to spend on the targeted students from 18.7. So that's almost like a $2.6 million increase, again, due to the concentration grant of $1.2 million partly. So as long as our percentage stay above 55%, at 56%, then we will get that money. So we have to watch that percentage very closely. So the $21.3 million then we will use to support, and that's part of your 39 item list, the action and services that the staff just shared with you. That's how we plan to spend the $21.3 million. And that should be the focus of the LCAP. So part of that, about $4 million of the $21 million, we allocated directly to the schools based on the number of eligible students that they have. So the more, again, low income, English learners, foster youth, and homeless students that the school have, the more allocation from the supplemental and concentration grant that the schools will receive. So it's not based on the size of the total students of the school, but rather it's based on your percentage of your unduplicated pupil percentage, or UPP. So as you can see here, the Southside schools receive a lot more funding proportionally than other school per student. So I just want to point out at the high school level, as you can see here, Artesia High School in itself get about more than $500,000 in this supplemental and concentration money. GAR get about $375,000. So this is allocation against based on their UPP, giving directly to the school so that they can spend to support that priority 1 to 8 of the state. So that is the end of the LCAP funds specifically tied to the LCAP. I'm going to turn it back to Dr. Mayfield.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. So these two items are connected in terms of the LCAP and then the next portion, which is Mr. Nguyen's budget presentation. So I'm not sure, President Say, if you want to wait until after Mr. Nguyen presents, or if you want to pause here for questions and answers.
Because we have, do you think I think two's connected actually?
They are connected.
So we just go ahead, then we're gonna have a public comment and then I ask discuss with the board.
Madam
So,
Pres-
because, yes, go ahead.
Shouldn't we discuss this long presentation first and then talk about the budget, which will have
I
separate?
don't mind,
independent-
I don't mind. If they're tied together, but we can separate them too. I did ask the staff though. No, we'll just do the first half, the LCAP first.
I'm hoping that would be the appropriate thing
That's
to
fine
do
with me.
because I got a lot
I'm
of
okay with
questions.
that. I'm okay with that. Okay, so I'm gonna open. So since we are gonna only talk about LCAP, I still have to open the public first. Okay, so do we have any public comments?
We do not.
G?
We do not.
Thank
We
you.
do not. Good. Okay, now we'll go back to table here. Any discussion from my colleague here? Raise your hand. Now just call. Okay, Ernie first, second. Did you first or? Olga? Okay, you're third, so Olga, and then, because you know what, she always be, Dr. Hina, her body covered the. So third will be Chris, and the fourth will go VP, yeah. And then, you guys have a question? Okay. Go ahead, Ernie.
Okay, I'll try to be quick here.
You know, if we have a lot of questions here, I'm asking everyone maybe have a chance to ask questions. Like everyone have 5 minutes, first question, and then go down, then we'll come back. Would that be okay for you?
I'd like to get through these because these are
Because
important.
if you have a lot of questions, some other board member also have some question, I don't think will be fair. Everyone has to present one question, I'll go back. I let you guys go, okay?
Okay,
So
well,
I'll let
let's
you
see.
have one
Let's-
question,
let's-
then next Olga, and then quiz.
Wait, just one question?
2 questions for you, Mr. 2 questions for everyone.
Okay, because I have a lot of, I mean, this is an
I
important
understand
thing.
that.
It's
I
$22
understand that. I'm
million.
not saying, I'm not giving you right.
But there's
right?
7 of us, so I guess.
Got it.
Yeah, we
wanna
have
split
to
it up.
rotate it, okay, please.
So I wanted to say great with the math, getting that's good that we're doing really good with math. And, but I also noticed from the 2019 data that some schools are not doing as well. So, obviously we're going to be concentrating on those particular schools that declined in math. Although I know overall with the low income, we increased. So that's a great thing. Dual enrollment at community college. I went to some place that in Compton and they had this AA degree program. So is this what's contemplated for the use of those funds?
Absolutely. We're working on an early college program. The first one is being implemented at Whitney High School, and we're hoping that the other schools will express their interest and implement it as well.
Great. Is my input go a little more? Ethnic
2
studies.
second question.
Okay. Ethnic studies. I think that's also great. That's that's what we've been kind of working towards. And so I'm glad that we're going to be putting money toward that. Theater also, I think that's great that we're putting into some into that. In fact, my daughter even helped with the theater. That's gonna be site specific, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's for the theater. Great. It's gonna be site specific. It's not generalized. I think the CTE program, I think I talked about this before in the previous meeting, but this is for the public's purpose. CTE is going to be increased by $373,000 over the previous scheduled time, almost a 30% increase.
That's correct.
And that's paying
Absolutely.
for what generally?
That pays for staff who support students directly, internship opportunities, training for the teachers, certification programs, licenses for softwares, et cetera.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right now.
Teacher salaries.
We'll go to the board member, Dr. Rios, please.
A lot of what I have to say is mostly statements, but I do have one question. How many years have we been funded for the LCAP one?
The LCAP or under the LCFF was approved under Governor Brown. So this is our 3rd cycle, beginning of a 3rd cycle. So I want to say 3-year each cycle. So this would, and then there's 1-year extension. This is going to be year 8.
Thank you. I did the math for only 5 years. So that's about $90 million if you look at 8. If you look at 5, if you look at 8, you're looking at a lot more money. Part of me wants to be optimistic and look forward, and I love this plan. I feel like finally maybe we may see real progress, because honestly, I'm offended that we want to celebrate 2.3 achievement of low income. 50%, and now what is it? 56% of our district is qualifies as low income. That's over 10,000 students if you're looking at the numbers. And I'm glad that on this board we have board members that appreciate numbers and look at data.
That's not okay. I mean, if we're looking at a 2.3% increase, I mean, if you're looking at 100 students, that means 2 attained standards and 90 or made progress, sorry, and 98 didn't. That data just doesn't sit well with me. To know that 50% of our students are not meeting minimum standards is not okay. And it's about time we do something. I mean, continuing to invest money and seeing 2.3% increase and thinking that's okay. No, it's not. We're better than that. And we need to do better. You know, all means all. And it bothers me that in this district, if you live in a certain trustee area, your chances at having a better outcomes increase. That shouldn't be the case, especially when we're getting millions of dollars to invest. So I think that as a board, we need to hold ourselves more accountable. We need to start either from the top or the bottom, because we're obviously, I mean, I don't want to say we're not doing what we need to do, but we're not making progress that I think we can make. You know, ethnicity should not dictate whether you succeed. If you're a Latino in this district, I'm a Latina, you know, and I wasn't at the top of my class. What happened was that I had enough support and enough resources to get me to where I am today. Those 50% of the kids that are not achieving deserve the same kind of support and resources. And so I'm glad that we're moving in that direction. And again, I asked my board to visit schools. You know, are we providing high quality education? Is a high quality teacher in every classroom at both ends of the district? Let's be the ones that are making sure that yes, because that's in this LCAP, that is happening. I have a lot more to say, but I will yield my time. Thank you.
We'll get back to you, Dr. Rios. The next one will be Chris, please.
Thank you, Madam President. And
Questions?
I'm sorry.
2 questions.
Oh, yeah, I'll be quick. I mean, thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Nishi, for ceding some time. So I want to piggyback on what Dr. Rios said. You know, we're going to get to a point where we're spending money and folks see, well, you only helped the lower performing or the low income tier of our district, and you spent how many millions of dollars. And so that's a concern. I know every year we're asking for funding and we're trying to push forward, and you know, especially for the most vulnerable youth in our community. And I know because they're in my community. So I guess my question is, you know, last board meeting, we mentioned the pretty much the dream list that we had with some of that extra funding. How are we going to, and at what interval will we start seeing something that's data driven that you can report back to the board that we're seeing some increases and that the funds are directly going to where they should be going? So that way we can have something to report to the public.
I think if you look at each school's data, that's the best indicator of how students are progressing. I want to encourage the board to always look at multiple data points. And so we have the state assessment data, which is very public, but schools also implement a lot of local assessments so that they are constantly looking at growth. We have to acknowledge that if a student started at 2 at a low level, that making growth towards the middle is progress. So if a student starts at 50% and makes growth to 55%, that's growth. If a student started at 20% and now they're at 40%, that is growth. And so we have to acknowledge that growth looks different. Looking at the individual school dashboard data helps really to tell that individual school data story, as well as Dr. Rios encouraged, to go out to schools, visit with principals and ask them to show you their data. So you can see how the services have been applied and the metrics that they're using to show that they're effective services for their students.
And I know with the suspension of the dashboard, you know, for the pandemic, it's not going to be as accurate. However, you know, looking at some of the schools in my trustee area, you see them go from red to orange or to blue or green, which is great. However, you know, for the public, well, for the board, of course, but for the public, where can they go and see those data points? Should they go to the school and ask? Is there somewhere specifically where the public can go see and again, have that accountability and tie that funding to the results for those, again, the most vulnerable groups in our district? And that's all I have. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
The California dashboard is where they can go and see each school's data, and they can see that data from year to year.
Thank you. Next one, Sue, do you have something too? I thought you
Yes.
raised your hand. Then
Thank
we'll-
you,
then
Madam
we're back
President.
To the, yes.
Okay.
You, then, and. Okay.
So our,
Brett, and then Michael and then back to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for
Two question, please.
to the board for the LCAP. That's a lot of work.
This is a lot of information. Appreciate it. For the priority 4 with the student achievement, the ELA and math, English learner proficiency and reclassification rate. I mean, we put that as a priority 4, so that's pretty important student achievement, academics, right? So, I mean, there's no clean answer to my question, but I think it's something that we can definitely think about. Because of the pandemic, I mean, it's not just it's not anyone's responsibility, but just the fact that the pandemic, of course, because of all the virtual learning, and a lot of disruptions here and there. When the new school starts in the fall, and the teachers are teaching the incoming grade, for example, 6th grade teachers will find that the students who came in as a 6th grade, definitely there's going to be, they're going to be behind. That's my assumption, because it's inevitable. It's not just our district, everywhere. But because they're behind, are we ready? Are our teachers and our curriculum, are we ready to give that extra push, extra supplement, extra enrichment? Because they're not at the level they should be to teach the 6th grade level, or even kids going in from 7th grade math to 8th grade, they're going to be behind. So are we ready for that? And what are we going to do about that? And also, this is very challenging, and I know that I don't expect a simple answer, but they have a whole summer. It's like 2.5 months. Do we have anything that we can give to the parents in terms of like reading list or math enrichment packets so that they can supplement their kids at home?
So in response to the first part of your question, we're very fortunate that in the fall, the district is receiving a lot of additional funds to support the instructional learning laws for students. And so you'll hear tonight the action item on the expanded learning opportunity. All these funds work together to leverage one another and to really address the acceleration of to accelerate the closing the gap for students. Teachers have access to numerous assessments to be able to assess students in language arts and math and reading comprehension to know where those gaps are in instruction. And then we have the resources to provide the intervention support. I think we have to recognize that our students all come with different learning needs. And so we have to acknowledge that and recognize that how we support each student is going to look different. And that's why in our comprehensive approach, which includes the ELOG, as well as the LCAP and the CARES funds. And this comprehensive approach, we're addressing both the academic needs as well as the social emotional needs of students. And so, because we know that there are some other barriers to kids learning, and so we have to respond to that as well. And so I would say that we do have the resources to implement those services come fall with the combination of the different funds that we are receiving from the state.
Really, thank you very much, Dr. Mayfield. That's very helpful. And it sounds like, seems like there's a lot of work ahead for the teachers because they have to conduct the assessment and really work with the kids who have different needs. So that sounds a lot of work. And another question I have is like, how would the teachers be able to communicate with the parents, in a timely manner, not like after 10 weeks, but to let them know that, hey, this is happening with your kids and our school, our district have these services that you can utilize?
Quite a few of the programs that we're using now generate parent reports. They also have parent portals where parents can actually go in and see and monitor their own students' progress. I think it's going to be our responsibility to make sure we train parents on how to access this information and how to interpret the information as available to them. But that is the neat thing about a lot of the programs we're using now. They do come with parent-generated reports, and so it's a matter of the teacher pushing those out to parents and parents knowing how to log in and having a login number and logging in and viewing their student data. And as well as you asked earlier about students having support throughout the summer, some of the licenses that students have access to will be accessible to them through the summer. And so they can go on to My Own Library and continue to choose from books and read books.
Wow.
And so some of the programs, and I
amazing.
think, again, that's one of the things that I'll work with Mr. Smith on, is to make sure that we're publishing the various licenses that are still accessible to students during the summer. And so for those families who are wanting to continue working on those programs that they can. And so we'll work to get that
Is
communication
that
out.
available to all the students at ABC or just certain group?
So some licenses were purchased district-wide, and some licenses were purchased by the individual school with their site budget. Some of them are part of our summer school program. And so we will work to communicate that and as clear as possible so families can know what their options are.
That would be so important because, you know, many times parents are not aware of the resources available. I know that personally, I get the weekly report for my daughter from Cerritos High School. And that is so helpful because I don't have to go into it, but it just comes to my email. So that is very, very helpful and very powerful because many busy parents, I'm guilty of that. We don't have time to go into their portals and, you know, think about the username. So that's helpful. I'm going to come back to my problem.
Thank you. Yeah, push it back to you. Board Member Mr. B, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I agree with several of my colleagues that it's hard to quantify the money we spend and the results we're getting, meaning we can't say we give tutoring services to 100 kids and 90% of them improved, you know, their grade in math. So my question is there any statewide or national data that shows what proposed action or idea is the best or gives you the most results?
So our staff rely on what research supports. And so there are some renowned researchers like Marzano work, John Hattie's work. And so they're constantly looking at those studies to see what is proven effective in terms of the effect. I think we have to recognize the fact that it's not just one thing that's going to make progress, it's a combination of things. So tutoring alone is not going to automatically increase student improvement. The first instruction, that means what happens to students every day in the classroom, has the greatest effect on students' academic progress. And that's why we invest so much in professional learning for teachers. Besides that, then is there, of course, the filling any type of gaps with additional intervention support. Parents and guardians' role is critical to creating the conditions at home to support and foster and nurture what is being taught in the classroom. Addressing childhood trauma is important. And so there is not one data that you can align specifically to say that when we provided that service, we know that it led to that result. Because we know that our students are provided multiple services throughout the day, different levels of those services. And so we just have to, again, look at different multiple measures and see if there's a continuous growth that is associated with those services that are being provided.
And the strategic planning committee, which is made up of community members, offers input into the LCAP
Absolutely.
proposal as well, right?
They are one of the committees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So next, Dr. Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President. Under school climate, what's some of the various reasons for chronic absenteeism?
So we have Ms. Ortiz on the call and she's welcome to add to it. You know, we've talked to our families over the years and I'll just share a specific example. During rainy weather, we've had parents report that their children only have one pair of shoes. And so they can't come to school and get that one pair of shoes wet. And so our community resource team works directly with identifying those families and getting students multiple pair of shoes, getting students raincoats, getting students coats, hats. So it could be something to that extent. Sometimes students are responsible for caring for elderly adults, caring for their sick grandmother or their sick aunt or someone else is in the home. And so again, our community resource team again identifies what those families are, make sure that those families are aware of other services that are available in the community that can help support that family in those particular areas. And so the range varies, and Ms. Ortiz, you're welcome to add. Some of our families who don't have permanent housing, it could just be because they're moving from location to location. And so it varies as to why students are chronically absent, but I want to say that our team works diligently to connect to those families and to connect those families to resources that are available in the district or in local community, different community agencies.
Thank you for providing those resources. That's all question I have.
Okay, we'll go to the second round now, starting with Ernie
Okay.
and then Olga, right? Dr. Rios, you have it? And Chris, do you have some?
So I'd like to
So go
bounce
ahead.
off of,
Go ahead, yeah.
Board Member Eugenia's comment regarding the coordinator for pupil services in terms of reducing the absenteeism and basically helping that. So that will be a whole brand new position that we're creating and paying out of the LCAP funds. And I'm presuming they're going to be using technology in terms of the new, you can be at home and still be in school to actually attend school. So I'm hoping that we can also measure their performance by, now that we have this person that's going to be addressing specifically attendance, that our absenteeism goes down by X amount or expected X amount. I mean, that's what I'm expecting from that position. I'm hoping on an annual basis, we can receive a report showing that this person has specifically improved attendance, because we all know that the more time you're in school, the better you're going to be. And the less time you're in school, the less accurate you're going to be in school. So I'm hoping that we can see that in the future. And also just kind of to bounce off of a board member Dr. Rios's comments about the math. And I'm looking at the 2019, which I know is old data. It's the last one we have. And it's just like there was a person who used to give us comments. Kennedy has a great principal, and sure enough, it shows on the data that they have significant improvements in 2019 in math and English and those relevant markers. And I love how we've exceeded our expectations from our previous LCAP, our previous schedule. We've exceeded that. So that's great in terms of math, in terms of exceeding our previous, this is what we wanted to do, and this is what we did. We actually did better. But again, what Dr. Rios is mentioning is 2% isn't enough. And there are specific schools, which I'm not going to mention, you can see in the LCAP report, that are doing worse off. And these are not, and this is, or even the same as, this is including in my area, schools are doing the same as, not improving, not getting better, just staying the same. That's obviously not good when we're putting a lot of money into these specific schools to perform better, and they either stay static or they decline. I know that overall we're doing better. I know that we're meeting our targets and doing better, but I'm hoping that in those specific schools, we can do better. They are obviously the schools that the parents are leaving, because our parents are pretty smart in our district and they know what schools are doing better and which ones are not. So maybe the effective use of monies in this next round of money spending will not just help the great schools like Kennedy, but also the other schools that are struggling. So that's what I'm encouraging. That's not a question, it's just a comment, and please do the best you can. We're counting on you. That's it.
That's it?
That's it.
The next one, Dr. Rios.
Same thing, more of a comment. I know the question was up about looking at different data points. Well, I would encourage us to find one data point that proves to us that our kids are learning how to read and do basic math by the end of third grade, because we know how detrimental the statistics are for kids who cannot. So if it's not going to be the benchmark, I mean the dashboard, then we need to figure out what it is, because we need to find that kids are learning how to read and write across the district, in every school, in every classroom, regardless of their ethnicity, regardless of their gender, regardless of their income background. You know, somebody mentioned about, is there research? You know, look up 90 schools. These are schools that have 90% of students of color, 90% disadvantaged, yet 90% of achievement. So, you know, and they do use the dashboard. So if we're going to look at data points, then again, that's what I want to see next year. I want at the time, because we'll be here again next year and the following year and the following year. And you know, my comments were based on data that was provided for the district of 4 years. And I've talked about that before, but again, I'm about moving forward, And I'm about seeing results because again, we represent an entire district. You know, most of us are family members and I talked about family a lot. And, you know, I have 2 kids. If one was doing well and the other one wasn't, I wouldn't be like, oh, well, you know, let me just be happy that I at least got one that's doing well. I would do whatever it took to get that second kid the resources and the support he or she needed so that they were both doing well. And maybe that looks differently, but I sure as heck would want them both reading and writing and doing math. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, any other board member, any comment? Okay, back to Sue and then Brett.
So for the expanded and the new services, the fund is also coming from the local control?
That's correct. The supplemental concentration funds.
I see. So this is all new services.
Correct.
Right? So it's pretty encouraging to number 17, the AP courses. The students will be receiving additional tutoring.
Correct.
As well as for the tutoring service for the low income students, because some of these kids really do need the, you know, one-on-one or at least a group or extra support outside the, you know, class, because teachers cannot get to everyone when one kid has a special need. So it's all good. I'm just wondering, how will this services be provided to the students and known to the parents and the family that, hey, this is accessible, you have this access?
So are you referring to specifically like the AP course?
Yes, number
service?
17, 22, 23, all of these.
So for example, with the AP courses, the teachers are the ones who in most cases provide the after-school tutoring support. So they would notify their students directly to say, I'm offering tutoring on these days after school and you're welcome to come in. If we're using an outside entity, then we'll communicate to those students through their counselors or directly through the classroom teacher to inform the students of these services and supports that are being available and when those services are being offered. And so it depends on what the service is in terms of how it's communicated and who is doing the communication. Some services are targeted to specific groups. And so that we are contacting those families directly by sometimes we're actually calling families when we don't hear from them. We actually call them. We push out notifications through their texting, through their emails, information is posted on the websites. And then again, some services are directly communicated by the classroom teachers or the site administrator. And so it's a combination of approaches depending on which service is being provided.
So the tutoring is going to be offered by the teachers?
Our teachers do. So this letter 17 is talking about a combination of our own teachers who are providing after school support for students, as well as other resources. We have a AP class that a teacher is not available to provide the service, and we can work with a tutoring agency that can provide the service, and we still want to support students.
I see. Okay. I do want to recommend that because teachers by end of school, they're so tired. It would be helpful to have outside, even like Cal State Long Beach is so nearby, even graduate students. That would be refreshing for the students to have a better access. That's my recommendation.
So we do work with our local community, with our local colleges, especially for our AVID tutors. But when it comes to AP classes, often the teacher wants to be the one who's providing the support specifically to their own students. So it varies, but we do work for sure with our local colleges for specifically for AVID as well as for other tutoring support.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to the services provided for the students.
Thank
great.
you.
Yeah.
Any other? Okay, back to you. That'll be the final one.
I'm thinking outside the box a little bit here, and what made me think about this is my daughter has a reading buddy at Nixon who's a grade or two above her that helps teach her how to read. And my second daughter, we got her a virtual tutor because we feel she fell a little bit behind this year, and I believe he's high school aged, does a great job. So can we start some kind of mentoring program where maybe the high school students would help the junior high students, the junior high students would help the elementary school? Now that it's virtual, the kids don't even have to meet, that takes all the risk of, you know, anything happening there. And what they get out of it is leadership skills, right? And maybe a reference for their college or something else. And they're becoming good citizens and serving the district. It would be no cost. I don't know if that's even an option, but I thought about it while we were talking about this. It could really help.
So we do have some schools who have clubs who do exactly as you describe. When I was at Elliott, Cerritos High School students walked over to Elliott and provided tutoring. I know Whitney High School provides tutoring to our surrounding elementary schools and middle schools. And so we do have both high school and middle school clubs who do provide that type of service. And we always want those services under the supervision of an adult.
Yeah.
We never want to put a student in a position where they're supporting another student without there being adult supervision, be it virtually or in person.
Yeah. We should probably encourage more, because I do know we have the service, but that's before the virtual though, was in person.
I think, Madam President, we've done that because I've seen in our consent calendar, we sometimes pay our students to tutor kids because I know my daughter's friends.
Yeah, and a
Got
lot
that.
of kids does that. So, yes.
I have
there are
one more question. Maybe
Hold on
Dr.
a
Sue.
second, I mean,
Oh,
ask
sure.
the other board member, or did you
Sure.
have?
No, I
any-
have no more further.
Okay,
I just
go
wanted
ahead.
to.
After you will be me.
Okay, just a quick question. To review the dashboard with the principal, Dr. Sue, what would be the best, I mean, we don't want to disrupt the principal because we know they're busy. So I think it would be helpful if you can give us some advice on like what days and what season is best to approach the principals to visit and look at the data so that we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, it really does depend on whether it's an elementary school or a secondary school. In secondary schools, I know they have other people that they can rely on, such as an assistant principal or a counselor or a dean, for example. And that's at the middle school level as well. But at the elementary level, there's only one person.
That's right.
Essentially.
So, yeah.
And so it's just very challenging for them right now.
Yeah. Let us know when's a good time.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, it might be challenging for a board member to do that with the dashboard. It might be something within the realm of the superintendent. I'm just spitballing on that, but
Okay.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It is public information and we can, but we do have a. Okay.
I just want to say that each school has a school plan. And in that school plan, they have their own site-specific data
Right.
that is aligned to the district data, as well as some local assessments that they're using at their school site. And those school plans are also posted at their website. And so you can go there and take a look at there, and then that can be used to generate the conversation.
Okay, then I just really want to thank you so much. It's well planned and look at the page 4. If Olga says good plan, it must be good plan. I know for sure now. And I do see that because evidence have proved that you have a stakeholder group of people are involved in this plan. So we know it's a fair, especially I heard from that a student very much involved with this. So I want to thank you so much. This question on 15, page 15, you're talking about ethnic studies. You mentioned about we're going to go all school. So when you say all school from K to 12, is that the plan going to be? Or just only high school first?
I'm sorry, can you repeat what number you?
The page 15, number 7.
Oh, the ethnic studies.
Ethnic studies,
And so
right.
our approach is going to be more of kind of backwards mapping. And so we want to start with the courses at the high school first to know what the content of those courses will be and what the requirements will be for those courses. And then we will look at what does that look like at middle school in preparation for the high school course. And then what does it look like at elementary? Elementary, it may be more of a thematic approach where it's intertwined across their subject area. So it may be tied to certain literature books that they're reading. It may be specific to a social studies story. And so it'll look different. It won't be a course specific at the elementary level. It'll be more integrated across their subject areas. Whereas middle school, it may be course specific. At high school, it may be actually a whole pathway of courses.
I do know there are 2 good running right now. One is Orange County area, one is the LA area, which is CSBA. CSBA has a lot of new program at ethnic study. They were discussing the table back about last year when we, they would talk about the curriculum, what needs to be focused. Actually, they involve a lot of people. I think Dr. Su aware that I was participating in. We also, I know one person at UCI, the professor just got retired volunteer and do a lot of program for that area. I know currently we have 2 schools right now get involved with us, right? For this program, ethnic study, or are we going to base on CSBA?
So we have yet to identify the university that will provide professional learning for this particular area of ethnic studies training. I reached out to several local universities and universities a little bit further from us. And so the conversation's on the table. So we're hoping to finalize a commitment this summer, and I can update the board.
One of the things you're talking about on page 6, slide 6, without permanent housing, you mean permanent address or just the homeless?
That's our students who are, we don't want to say the students are homeless, as their status is homeless.
So
So
they're
our
permanent,
students
not permanent
don't have permanent housing. They live in they may live with other families, they may live in a hotel. Some of them live in cars. So they don't have a permanent home.
That was mentioned about, I forgot what pages. She mentioned on some of the area that we have like special need disability rate was went up. Is it because the COVID things, or it's just that we have more disabled as a student on page 8, I'm sorry, on page 8? Concentration, yeah. On the mathematics.
And so that's showing that our students with disabilities had an increase in their performance on the state assessment. Again, we are providing a lot of specific professional learning to our special education teachers specifically. We have a coaching model for our new special education teachers that they're coached by experienced teachers as well as better retired teachers. And so it's a variety of things that are contributing to that growth that we see there.
Increase that rate. Okay, thank you. And I think do we have any, go ahead.
One question, ethics studies, that's our staff, that's not CCEJ, right?
That's ABC staff.
Great, okay, thank you.
Okay, so with that conclude our this is just information item, which is let the board knows that. So next one we go to our, are we okay now, my colleague here? The next we go down to preliminary budget. Dr. Su reminds me when the time gets to 10 o'clock, thanks. Go ahead, I think let's go to 20, right?
The previous item was a public hearing, so we're closing the public hearing now?
Oh, that's, let me see, it's gravel, it's hearing no comment and public hearing is closed. Yeah, right, thank you. No, actually we have to continue.
You have to reopen the public hearing
Have to
again.
reopen again.
It's
It's
one
so
item.
far.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna open again for our preliminary budget for the 2021-2022. Dr. Su, please.
We're going to be talking about the preliminary budget right now. Mr. Nguyen is going to be handling that.
Okay, so Ms. Wayne, go ahead, handle this.
Thank you, Dr. Su. So tonight, for your discussions, review, and directions would be next year, the year of 2021-22 school budget. So tonight would be the preliminary budget, and on June 15, you will act on the final budget. So what a difference a year made, right? Exactly a year ago, the state of California was facing a $54 billion deficit. And if you recall that list of budget adjustments or cuts that you had to make about a year ago, when the state or the governor proposed a 10% budget reduction to school districts. So fast forward a year, now the state of California, what the governor called the California Comeback Plan, is now enjoying, not facing, a $100 billion surplus. About $76 billion of that is extra funds that the state collect, and about 25 billion is coming from the federal stimulus funds. So the governor is setting aside about $24 billion or 12% of the state budget into a reserve account, which is prudent. It's the highest dollar amount that the state have, and proposed to spend the rest of the extra funds on many programs that I will go over with you. So 16 billion, the state have about 3 different pot of reserve accounts, if you will. $16 billion is under what called the budget stabilization account. About $4.6 billion is specifically for schools, is under the public school system stabilization account, and about another $4 billion in the regular reserve account. So totaling about $24 billion in reserve. So beyond this year, the state will have a pretty strong reserve in the event that in case that revenues would go down, decline again. So beyond the $100 billion surplus that the state is enjoying, but there's still issues with the budget or the state economy, right? Unemployment is still at 8.3%. It's still high. Pre-pandemic, it was at about 4.7%. The inflations you've been hearing about, right? It's real and you see it everywhere. Median home price, housing affordability is at all-time low, meaning that home price is at all-time high. And then of course, every school district, not every school district, most school district in the state is facing declining enrollment. So that's also an issue for us. So this is the chart of unemployment rate. California is the blue bar. It's at 8.3. If you can see at the bottom there, pre-pandemic, it was about at 4.7, shot up to about almost 18. And now we at 8.3%. It again, from a standard is still high unemployment rate. Inflation's, everything's been more expensive, right? Food, gasoline, electricity, everything's going up. Overall, it's about 4.2%. That's what we're seeing. Home price have gone up about 30% compared to last year. So this caused affordability issues for the residents, the state, in terms of property tax, it would help them, and also local agencies. So this is not just an ABC issue, but as you can see here, it's a statewide issues, right? This year, the state lost 160 students. They don't know what happened to them. So did the students pull out of public school system and enrolled into private school because they offer in-person instructions early on? Part of that, some families just chose not to send their kids or enroll their kids to kindergarten and TK specifically. Normally, the state is down about 30,000 students, so it's about 5 times. This mere ABC data. To remind the board, we are down about 740 students this year. Normally, we are down about 150 students, so about 5 times. So the state data reflects, or ABC data reflects statewide issue in terms of enrollment. This will become an issue not next year, but in 22-23. I will talk more about that because of the whole harmless provision. So overall, the state budget, when you hear the big 3, which is the personal income tax, sales tax, and corporation tax, made up of the bulk of the state budget. So the state is planning to collect about $179.4 billion next year in terms of revenues. Expenditures, again, the largest items in the state budget is also always K-12 education. This is Prop 98. This is a requirement, as you can see here. Higher education, about 21.6 billion. Health and Human Services, 54.2. And then the remainder of it is 196.8. So it looks like that the state is overspent, right? They're only collecting 179, but they're spending 196. That's all in the transfer. So it's accounted for here as an expenditure, but that just transferred into the reserve account of the part of the 43.8. So they didn't really overspend, but rather the governor set aside money in the reserve account. So this chart shows that Prop 98 funding to school districts, public agencies for the last 12 years. So as you can see, the last recessions was back in 2008, and school funding bottomed out in 11 and 12 at 47 billion. For in 10 years, it's almost double. Now at almost $94 billion, right? So the state can point to this chart and said, we have pretty much double funding to school districts in California. That's good news. What they don't tell you is there's also expenditures that have gone up pretty substantially in the last 10 years also, like pension costs, like health benefits costs, and other things. So what is the governor proposing for education budget? You've heard of the 5% increase in COLA, or cost of living adjustments. That's basically a 2-year COLA, this year and next year. So of 5%. So it's not just next year. This year, the district did not get out 2% COLA, adding up to next year. So it's a combination of 2-year COLA, if you will. And the governor also proposed many new programs. And these new programs will complement the two programs that you just heard, right? At the last board meeting, you heard about our $13.4 million, the ELOC plan grant, right? Tonight, you heard about $21.3 million LCAP plan. These programs proposed by the governor will also further supplement the many different things that we want to do to support our students, right? The first one he called the Targeted Intervention Grant. This is just another name for the ELOC grant. So he furthered to add additional funding to the ELOC grant of about $2.6 billion. Another grant, he calls it In-Person Instruction Health and Safety Grant. It's just an extension of the in-person instruction grant. You remember we got $6.4 million to reopen our schools to be spent on the different items at the bottom there. So this is just additional funding for the same grant. The governor just like to call it differently. Instead of in-person instruction grant, he add health and safety to it. So about another $2 billion, same amount. So if this were to be approved, we expect to receive about $6.4 million again. So additional funding for the ELOC already, additional funding for the in-person grant. Another proposal here is the summer and after school programs. This is to support or goes to school districts with high concentrations of low-income students, English learner, and foster youth. Now, we like the program, we just don't like the allocation of the funding because it doesn't help ABC because we at the 56% of unduplicated count students, we are not high concentration. Although we have schools that would have high concentration of these students, district overall, we're not. So we hope that the legislature would modify the funding allocation and goes directly to the schools, then it would benefit ABC. A major proposal that you might have heard is universal transitional kindergarten or universal TK, right? So right now, a student must turn 5 between September 1st to December 1st to be eligible for TK. Beginning in 22-23, the governor expanding that to March. So you can turn 5 between September and March. I'm sorry, September 2nd and March 2nd. And then the year after that, if you turn 5 all the way through June, and then in 24-25, you basically, if at any time you're 4 years old, you can enroll into TK. So this will be, once it's fully implemented, we will have a new grade fully. Transitional kindergarten would be open to all 4 years old. So again, this is a proposal. It's a 3-year plan to fully implement this universal kindergarten. Not only that he proposed this as another level, he also proposed additional funding to reduce the class size of TK down to 12:1. So right now we can go up to 24:1. We are hoping that by by the year 2024, 2025, it will go down to 12:1. So that's another proposal. So next year we'll get some money for planning purposes and facility purposes. If this were to be approved, so next year is a planning year, and then the year after that, we'll start rolling it out to students through March, and then go through June and December and September. So educator investments overall $3.3 billion. So this is to recruit, retain, and train teachers and classify staff. So I will not go over the different components there's about 10 grants within this educator investments. So this is grant to attract students into hard to fill areas like special educations, about $500 million here, and the different grants here. Teacher residency program, another $550 million. Teacher training. So the educator effectiveness grant is basically professional development for teachers, right? We see this in the LCAP, you see this in the ELOC, and you see it here. So all these new programs support the different supplemental strategies of the ELOC. So this is just another funding source for school districts. The governor believe in community schools and will set aside about $3 billion to expand community school. Another 1,400 schools will be funded under this proposal. There's other proposal like broadband for all students, and also overall more $3 billion to support behavioral health. You remember that component from the ELOC, right? So as you can see. So this is a summary of the new proposal. This is a nice time to be governor because you have $100 billion to spend, right? And this is a new program that he's proposing. So a couple of things, none of these in the budget that you're about to hear because it's only a proposal. We don't know which program that the legislature will approve, right? The legislature have until June 15 to consider these proposals and make modification or either approve or reject these proposals. Many of them or most of them are one-time funds. So the money will not be here once it's over, except for a couple of programs that's ongoing. Many of them are one-time funds, billions and billions of dollars. And many of these support the different components within the ELOC grant. So if we were to get these funds, it will be further enhance the things that we want to do for students, right? We have the ELOC grant, you have the LCAP, you have these funds, and you have the federal funds. So 4 different pots of money, together collectively about $68 million, one time. When I say one time, we have about 3 years to spend it, so we can spend it next year and then 2 years after that. Even with all the additional funds, there's still some deferral left. The governor did not eliminate all the deferrals, so he's paying back $10.3 billion out of the $12.9 billion. Deferrals basically mean that a promise to pay in a future time. He still owes education about $2.6 billion. He could have just paid off all the deferral, but he didn't. I don't understand why. So instead of getting the money next year, we'll get it the year after. Only $2.6 billion, down from $12.9 billion of deferrals. So all that billions of dollars, and what does it mean for ABC, right? So 5% equal to about $9.5 million of additional funds. The base is about 7. Supplemental concentration is about another 2.5 there, adding along with the 18 million that we received. That's why you see a $21.3 million supplemental concentration funds to support the LCAP. The assumptions that I used to build the budget is based on ADA from last year, right? 19,663 students. This is whole harmless. So for 21-22, we still can use this ADA. In 22-23, subtract 700 students from that, because that's the declining enrollment that you will experience, and you see the reduction in funding in 22-23. Our unduplicated pupil percentage is at 56.4. We hope to keep it that way so we can get the concentration grant. The ELOC grant is in the budget of 13.4 million that the board will approve, will act on later today. And then the LCAP of $21.3 million is part of this big, the district preliminary budget. So you've seen this chart already. So the base grants to support all students, supplemental and concentration grant, 21.3 million to support eligible students. So with the additional funds, every year we will have additional expenditures, and I want to spend some time on this slide to talk about that. So every year we have the budget for step and column costs, right? On the teacher salary schedule, we have retirements that would help to offset this cost, but it's about $300,000. We have health benefits increase, Kaiser and Blue Shield of about 5%. That's automatically $1.3 million I have to build into budget. Pension costs, STRS and PERS, the contribution rate also increase. So that's about $1.1 million. Unemployment costs, this is a new thing. This year we paid into the system about $70,000. So it went, the unemployment insurance rate, I want to repeat this, it's going from 0.5% to 1.23%. So it's like about a 2,000 percentage increase. So we did not have this expenditure before. So about $1.3 million. We have to pay into the unemployment pensions funds because the state is out of money in that fund. We have to restore a couple of programs that we kind of cut last year, the deferred maintenance contributions. We increased it back to about 2.1 million. And then we also restoring the 5 administrative positions that we have put on hold this year. So these things are in the budget. These are the new expenditures along with the ELOC, the LCAP, and the federal funds. So this is just so you see what we call the statutory benefit cost. When you hire an employee, it's not just the wages or the salary that you pay them, right? It's the benefits that go with it. So it depends on whether you're a certificate employees or classified, you be part of either the SURS system or the CalPERS. So for next year, CalSTRS, the rate is going to be 16.9%. So it's a 0.75% increase from the current year of 16.15. But if you look at CalPERS for classified employees, it's more than a 2% increase that the district have to pay on their behalf. On top of all the statutory benefits at the bottom that you can see, Medicare, Social Security, workers' compensation, unemployment benefits, post-employment benefits, and then health insurance. So in some cases, the benefit is more than 50% of the wages. I want to repeat that. In some cases, the benefit could be more than 50% of the wages. So if you hire an employee for $40,000, the benefit package could be more than $20,000. So we haven't talked much about the additional CARES fund, if you will. CARES, ESSER, it's one and the same. Whether you want to call CARES or ESSER, it's additional federal funds under the stimulus fund. So that we have CARES 2 up about $10.5 million and CARES 3 up $23.6 million. Collectively, $34.1 million that the board has. So out of this 34.1 million, about 4.7 have to be spent on learning loss mitigation. The remainder, the board have great latitude on how to spend the money. So I will go with the 4.7. You have seen this before. The different components here of the learning loss mitigation basically support, again, the ELOC grant, the 7 strategies. So you can supplement that with this $4.7 million. On top of that, the 29.4 here, I will not read these 15 items, but if you look at item 1 and item 15, let's give the board pretty much full control of how to spend this money. So number 1 is any activity allowed under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. Number 15, any activities that are necessary to maintain the operation of the school district. So 29.4, yet the board have full control. So the budget book that we sent to you, this is just a summary of that. How much is in the budget? For next year, the local control funding formula, that's the pyramid, right? $201.5 million. Federal revenues, $22.4 million. And that's part of the CARES Act is in there. State revenues, about 49.7. The ELOC grant is in the state revenues. And then other local revenues, total revenues for next year for ABC is projected to be at about $280 million. What is the expenditures going to look like, right? About 90% of the expenditures will be spent on salary and benefits. So if you want to control the budget, that's where you go, right? So any hiring have to be approved by the board through the personnel report. Any increase in compensation have to be authorized and approved by the board. Benefits, that's pretty much all that is in the contract or set by statute. So again, I want to repeat, 90% of the budget is in item 1, 2, and 3 under certificated salaries, classified salaries, and employee benefits. So we spent money on books and supplies to run our schools, services and operating expenses, consultant, utilities, That's under services and operating expenses, capital outlay, very little, and then other outgo. So for next year, and then of course you have the other financing sources and use. That's basically the contribution to the restricted funds to support program like special education and the routine restricted maintenance account. So we will have a balanced budget for next year. This is the summary, and we expect to end the year with the ending balance of $37.4 million. 14.3 of that is restricted and $23 million unrestricted. So the unrestricted column here, the board have full control of how to spend the money. The restricted programs are grants. Federal and state grants comes with strings attached. The grantor direct how the funds will be used. So I want to spend some time to talk about a 3-year projection because this is a requirement by the county that not only that the board look at next year budget, but the 2 years after that, right? So if you look at under LCFF, if you look at in the second year, it's actually you're seeing a decrease from $201.5 million to 198.2. That is because of the declining in enrollment that we talked about, right? Normally it should go up by COLA, which it did, but then, you know, when you back out 700 students, that's about $7 million there of reduction because of 700 students that we lost. So that will create a deficit spending for next year because of that. So unless we make budget adjustments and reduce expenditures, you expect to see about a $2.8 million deficit spending for next year and about $800,000 a year after that due to declining enrollment. So the term that's, I think CSBA uses financial cliff. It's not that severe. It's just something that we have to be aware of and plan for because of declining enrollment. We are hoping that the state will do like a 3-year average or some kind of home harmless on ADA, but the governor did not propose that in the May revision. We are hoping that the legislature will consider that. Another requirement that the board need to see is the reserve, how much the district have in reserve. We are required to have a 3% minimum, which is about 8.3 million, and a 10% maximum, which is about 27.9. We have about almost 10% there. It's projected by the end of next year, the district unrestricted reserve is about 26.5. This is unrestricted. The board have full control of that reserve and how to spend that. At 9.5, compared to other school district, the average school district out there, 18 unified school district, they have about 18.8. So twice as much as what we have. So that is at the end of my budget presentation on the preliminary budget, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Well, do we have any public comment on this matter?
We do have one.
Okay, so go ahead. Ernie.
Actually, we have several coming in now. So the first one is Mr. Salcedo. Go ahead, Mr. Salcedo.
Hi, thank you. First, Dr. Mayfield, your presentation and your team and everything you guys put together was amazing and great. And as far as LCAP is concerned and what you did there was great work. Specifically speaking about the schools and how the results are presented, I would just say if we can take a look at the school of choice. I mentioned last time the high performing schools, but I walk to school every day with my daughter to Kennedy Elementary School, and I see parents packing their kids into cars and driving to Whitman and Cerritos Elementary. So I would just take a look at like what are we doing in terms of like school of choice and how we're distributing our kids, and it just doesn't make sense that we have so many high performing kids and just we're putting them in the specific schools. So then we have to go back to the budget and see which schools are 53%, 54%. And so, and then also Dr. Mayfield, I appreciate you saying that you're going to work with Mr. Smith in terms of distributing communication with the parents, and I think that's important. English and Spanish and everything that you guys are doing is great. And then going back to last week, or sorry, 2 weeks ago, your recommendation to approve the $100,000 budget for the substitutes, and going back to your the ABCFT representative, where he was talking about, you know, the bench warmers and all that. Although I don't agree with his analogy, I do agree with the fact that we're paying a 35% premium on substitutes, and there's no reason, if you were to go to the gas pump and you had to pay 35% on a gas pump, you wouldn't be pretty pissed off. So that's there. And then the last comment is, Mr. Nguyen, your report was fantastic. Thank you so much for giving all the detail to that. I would second guess about being the governor right now when he's being recalled, and this is a good time to be governor to get back, you know,
3 minutes.
billions of dollars back into that. Thank you, Ms. Nishi. So I would question that, Mr. Nguyen, about being Governor Newsom and being recalled and having all this excess money. But at the same time, you know, you are all doing your best. Let's keep doing our best. And I would just say, can we negotiate better deals that we're not paying that much in terms of payments to future pensions? And what did you say, Mr. Nguyen? It was 40%, 45%. I can't remember. There's too many numbers to see here. On hiring a $40,000 teacher costs $85,000, and let's just do better. And Ms. Rios, keep fighting the good fight, and everyone, you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next public comment is from Emily. Go ahead, Emily.
Oh, good evening, Superintendent and school board members. My name is Emily Chen Darnell, and I'm a parent of a child who attends this district. Thank you so much, Swan, for presenting a very thorough report on the budget for the upcoming years. And a specific point that you made about declining school enrollment is of utmost importance to this district and surrounding school districts as well. And I had a chance to sit in on a Norwalk La Mirada's school board candidates kind of endorsement interview panel for County Democratic Party. And definitely this is a concern of you know, this district, that district, and many other districts. And by far, these districts are scrambling for these kids to come to their districts. So I really urge this district to seriously consider ways, very creative ways to get these students early on. One suggestion I have is, and that was brought up in the report about the universal TK program proposal the governor has, that is scheduled to, I mean, it's going to have to go through the legislation, of course, but is very likely to pass. And I would hope that by next year, the district would get on the bandwagon as far as enrolling these kids in, regardless of at what point they turn age 5. I mean, the current TK policy, which I actually did have brought to the attention of this district and the board members, and of which they also did vote on changing the wording of it, allows for kids that fall between the age of September 2nd to, I believe, the end of the second quarter to be admitted into the TK program. And the timing of their entrance is when they turn 5 years old.
3 minutes.
So I would suggest that this district really look into admitting these kids earlier, regardless of when they turn 5, since the governor is moving toward having younger kids, 4-year-olds, being admitted to our preschools. And the second thing I want to mention is also as far as this issue of declining school enrollment, you know, just hopefully, we also look into the school of choice process and make it fairer for kids that do reside in this district to have a chance to get those spots for the schools that the parents would like them to go into, or else they will go to private daycares and other school districts, and that contributes to this issue of declining school enrollment. So thank you so much for your very thorough report, and have a good evening. Bye.
Thank you. The next public comment is from Kirit. Go ahead, Mr. Chan. Go ahead and
Star
unmute,
six.
sir.
Hello.
There we go.
Okay. Good evening, President Say, board members, Dr. Su. Overall presentation, great. Thank you, staff. But there are a couple of comments, and Emily kind of touched on it just a little bit. Student loss. I believe in public schools. I am disheartened when I hear our parents in our community that don't want to give us a chance to serve their students. So I'm appealing to you board members directly. Please engage with the community, the same community that you go to for your elections. Tell them why we are a good district and what you will do right. I have some comments later on, which I will address, but you have a role to play in making parents believe their child is going to be served. There is no reason for them to send their child to a private school unless it's for some religious reason. Second, students, I'm talking about unions. Can the unions and the board find it in their heart to pay the ad hoc itinerant staff some reasonable amount of salary? Here's what I mean. These folks don't earn more than $15 an hour. So when you give them an assignment that's 1/2 an hour, what kind of a human being are you? Make it a board policy that there will be no assignment less than 1 hour. It's just, I can't understand it why people would do something like this. A lunch lady serving 2 hours, $30, that's all they earn. And some of them need this money. So as much as the state has been gracious to you, you too need to be gracious with the people in our community that do that work.
3 minutes.
And last one is overall, the budget is good. Our plan for execution of delivery service, I am very, very happy with the way it's looking right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's our last public comment.
Okay, now back to the board to discussion. Do you have any questions or concern? Okay, I'll start with Dr. Rios, and it's you, and then Brett, and then Ernie. Go ahead.
Hi, my question is on 15. Can you please clarify again? And I know you said it, but it still didn't quite get it. What is high concentration? What's the threshold for us? I thought it was after 55%. Are you saying it's different?
To qualify for concentration funds, you have to be above 55%. But the proposal here is go to school district with higher concentrations. So he's proposing for the school district at least 65% or above.
65. Got it.
So
Thank you. My second one is, I heard some talk about one time, and I know I've said this before, but again, the fact that we have limited funds and they're one-time funds, I mean, I welcome that. Again, I'll stick with the theme of family. My son's in middle school, he does well academically, but he's an athlete. And sometimes I invest in things that are going to make him a better athlete. And it doesn't take every day. It doesn't take every week. It takes a few sessions for him to clean up whatever it is he's struggling with. And if a trainer is doing the job, then he gets better. If he's not, we leave and we find somebody who does get him to improve. So I hope that we are not dissuaded by this idea that there's one-time proposals for us to fully invest in helping our kids. The last thing is that, again, we talked about our reserve budget and you know how we're gonna be and come across some, what is it called? That we're not gonna be able to meet our demand next year or the following year. I love that we're, really appreciate the fact that we're about almost 20 million above the minimum. And so I hope that we as a board are not hesitating that, you know, if in 2022 and 2023, you know, we have a deficit of 2.7 million that we are able to meet the demand by maybe dipping into our reserve. I mean, having a reserve, I'm glad that you researched and you looked at other districts, but I mean, I've made my position clear. Money in the bank does nothing for our kids. We need to invest in them and we need to do what we can with that money. Having millions and millions of dollars in reserve, I mean, it looks good, but again, if it's gonna negatively affect us, then it makes no sense, in my opinion. Again, being well above that 3%. I don't expect us to go to 3%, but again, those deficits that we're looking at are not huge cuts. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Juan, thank you so much for this preparation. It's a lot of information. We have to go home and study them several times to really understand them. On page 31, from 2021, 2022, it jumps like more than 2%.
Yes, ma'am.
And CalPERS jumps like 4%, almost, more than 4%. So what happened?
So these are what we call statutory benefits. So the pension systems are underfunded. So in order to working toward fully funded the systems, they have to increase the contribution rate. And the CalSTRS rate are set by the state legislatures. So the CalPERS rate is set by their board, but we do not have a choice in these rates. That's why I keep saying the term statutory. It's just like Medicare or Social Security. It's set by the federal government. We just have to pay, unfortunately, into the system.
Wow.
We do not have a choice. And these rates apply to all school districts in the state of California. So whether it's Norwalk or us or neighboring district, they are paying 16.9% for certificated employees and 22.91% for classified employees, because the pension system themselves, both systems are underfunded. And in order for them to make progress toward fully funded those systems, they have to increase rate. And we do not have any choice in this matter.
And of course, with the pandemic, a lot of unexpected things happen, and we have 700 students in declining enrollment. So I guess in the coming future, our district would need to think of different ways to accommodate the declining enrollment, right? So we would have to do some projection, some analysis, and what do we have any plans?
So thank you for the question. So we do. So we aggressively have to try to recapture those students, right? We hope that it's because of the pandemic. We hope that this fall, when we will be back in person 5 days a week, we will see a surge in kindergarten enrollment and first grade. If the theory is true that so we are seeing that, and we monitoring those data closely with our 19 schools. So we hope to recapture a big chunk of that, different programs. We through Mr. Smith, we hope to communicate, and this was mentioned by a speaker, that we need to market basically ABC, right? To retain and recruit students, whether it's within ABC or outside. So if that's the directive of the board, we need to look at that. So outside of that, then we have to do staffing effectively, meaning that because of declining enrollment, we have to try to reduce costs, right? Because you have less revenues. So we have to work with the principals to make sure that we staff according to the number of students that they have to reduce staffing accordingly. So those are the things that we can do. So market ABC to try to recapture those students and control costs. So those are the two factors. And longer term, and this is longer term, we need to look at capacity at each school and facilities.
Right.
If that's something that the board is interested in to consider. Because
I think that's very important to see the enrollment in each school.
Yes.
And to look at how much is spent on the administration and the efficiency, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And then lastly, this is final, for the reserve. So is it capped at 10%? Because other districts and their schools that has reserve that's higher.
Correct. So I can't speak for the other district, but the reserve is money in your saving account, right? What is sufficient? There's a recommendation that you should have about 17% by what they call the Government Finance Officer Associations. But the state of California has already put a cap at 10% to it. And that law will be triggered in 22, 23. So you can't have more than 10% anyway.
I see.
So we at 9, so they put a minimum and they also put a maximum in how much reserve we have. So those districts with 18% or higher, they will have to work toward bring it down below 10% because there's that law out there saying that you shouldn't have more than 10% maximum reserve. So we are at 9.5.
Okay.
So
So
we
we're
close
okay.
to the 10%.
Because my concern is with the inflation and we don't know what the economy will turn, how it will turn. And if we have inflation, I don't know, I'm not a financial.
No, you're right.
expert, but
It was just a year ago that the state proposed a 10% reduction.
right.
So that's real and that's why we have the reserve, but that's also why the state have a 12% reserve themselves.
Right.
So hopefully they can use that. Our state tax system is very progressive. So which means that the state will do really well when the economy does well, but will do really poorly when the economy turns south.
Yeah, because
So,
we need to prepare for the rainy days also.
yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And we have been, and it's been working for us. And that's why
Yes.
we have about the $26.5 million in reserve.
Okay.
I
Sounds
want to
good.
remind all
Thank
my
you.
colleagues, make sure you sometimes leave other people to also have some questions here
Okay,
too.
sure.
So go ahead. Mr. Nishi. Oh, you stop, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know if I ever told you, Tuan, but when I started college, I was a mathematics major. And even though I went into criminal justice, I'm still big on numbers and percentages. So I do have a few questions for you. The first one is on page 40. I noticed that the certificated salaries went down 6.5 million from 2021-22 to 22-23. Can you explain how that's going down so much, please?
Yes, because that's assuming that we don't have the ELOC program anymore. So the ELOC grant is about $13.4 million, right? It's a one-time fund. So if we were to spend that in next year, remember the components within that. We have the reading specialists that we were hiring. We are looking at hiring more teachers to reduce class size, to reduce combination classes. So unless we choose to supplement the second year and the third year with the CARES money to extend those programs, then in theory, we have to budget a reduction of that because the fund is gone. Now, if the legislature were to approve, all the programs that you saw, and we can further extend it, then we will revise the budget. So this is as of today, and the reduction in salaries because of the absence of the ELOC grant.
Okay, the second question, I'm also looking at page 40 still, but also looking at page 31, which was the benefits. So I noticed that from 21-22, it went up 1.75 million to 22-23, and then it went up 3.76 million to 23-24 for the employee benefits.
Right.
But if you're looking at the percentages from 21-22, it went up 2.2% for CalSTRS and 3.2% for CalPERS, but that following year, 0% in the first column and only 1% in the next column, but it made more than double jump in that year. How is that possible?
So thank you for that. So it followed the salary, right? The second year, it's only gone up by about 1.7 million because your salary going down from 119 to 112 and 39 to 37. So that's factored in. Otherwise, if the salary were to stay the same, it would have been a lot more. The second year is not just the statutory benefit, it's also the health benefits. That's the biggest component that you don't see in the percentage, because health benefits goes up every year and we projected for that. So that's in there along with the other benefits, the statutory benefits. So that's playing in there.
So do you foresee that continuing to increase?
The health benefits, yes, every year.
So this board or future boards really gonna have to look at making some tough decisions if we keep having negative.
Right. So hopefully, again, this is based on the declining of 700 students, right? If we were to recapture those students, the negative number will be different. If the state were to say buy back or buy down the pension cost like they did, or buy down the unemployment rate, then it's not in here. So so this will change already on June 15. In 2 weeks after the state legislature approved the budget, we will have a better picture. This is based on the governor proposal. This is as of right now. So the 2 out years, it will change. In 6 months, I'll give you another update. It'll be different. And then every update quarterly that the board see, the first interim, the second interim, it will change. This is just as of today. So in planning out for next year, 21-22 is the focus, is the budget. The 2 out years projection, it's just for your information, but I don't recommend you to make decisions on the out years based on today information, because it's really it will change. It will change and it's too far out. The focus should be on 21-22. The other 2 years, it just for your information, it's good to know, because I want to bring to your attention that the potential impact of declining enrollment, but we are not asking you to make any budget adjustment in the out years yet.
But thank you for the excellent report and everything you've done.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to try to be quick here. Think it's great that we can potentially reduce class size for elementary down to 12. That's actually where they say that you can make an impact on education and test scores. So that's great. Hopefully that actually gets through. What are the 5 administrative positions and what are they specifically doing to improve our academic performance? What are those positions?
So we have 5 that we left open this year because of the pandemic. That was part of the school staffing, right? So in order for the school, if we were to go back to normal in the fall, the new normal, let's call it that, we need to staff those schools accordingly for them to support the students. Otherwise, they will be short. For example, Haskell wouldn't have a dean.
Okay, so these
Fetty
are the
wouldn't have a
specific-
dean. So these are existing positions that's part of their staffing. We just did not fill them this year because of the pandemic.
So these are at the school and not at the district.
All these are at the schools.
Got it. So that's good. That's going to go directly to help the kids.
Yes, sir.
Declining enrollment, everybody's gone over that, so I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, I am concerned. Unfortunately, I do differ in opinion regarding the monies that we have. The rain is going to come. That's just the way it is. And we represent this district and the kids during the good times and the bad. We can't escape those bad times that are going to come. I'm thinking that we can save at least, we're only saving $500,000 out of a I don't know, $20-30 million increase in our budget. I think we can at least get to that 10%. I know that districts that go over the amount, it's not the 10% is a 10% limit, but if you commit the funds to something that you need to spend on, they will let you go over that 10%. So those districts that are at 17-18%, guess what they're going to do? They're going to commit the monies to things that they need to do. And so they'll get to keep their savings and they'll keep on going. And when the bad times come, they'll weather it better than we will, maybe. So I'm hoping that we can at least get us to 10% in terms of a projection. I mean, gosh, with $13 million more, we should be able to do that. I know we are expected to spend it. So that's the thing. Also, I know this sounds kind of a little, so the 13% we have on page 3 of the budget regarding certificated salaries, that's 13% increase because of benefits. And that's also the additional monies that we paid for teaching more, right?
Yes, sir. That's all the new position in the E-Log. So we're going to hire many more teachers, right? The 19 Tulsa alone. And then we're looking at about another 19 teachers, either to reduce combination classes or class size. So those are 38 positions in there. We also built in there the additional substitute costs, right? We talked about that. It's increase in rate, and we have some saving this year because of the virtual academy. The sub cost this year is lower than normal. When we go back in person, that cost's gonna go up. So that's just another cost into that.
And so you're actually projecting that based upon all this, we're gonna have a $2.7 million decrease, or actually deficit potentially next year,
In 22, 23, not next year, the year after,
the year after, but that is pretty soon, so it will come.
based on today information.
Correct. Yes. Also, I saw a page here regarding the capital improvement fund, about $44 million. So I had done a community meeting on, I think, last week regarding what the priorities of the parents are in this district. One of them was different things, improved or more instructional time. One of them talked about having a district asset that would enhance education and also sports. I've heard that the swimming pool would be one of those type of assets that would be good for that. I've seen some studies that show that swimmers actually are able to improve their intellectual stimulation by, they're actually ahead of their peers in terms of academics. So can you explore for me whether that would be something that we can do within this capital improvement fund? And this is page 68, I believe.
Yes.
I think it's $44 million approximately.
So the capital improvement funds that Mr. Nishi referring to is the Measure BB fund.
I see.
Right. So we have projects for that based on each school master plan. All right, that was approved by the board. We had a facility ad hoc committee to make the recommendation to the board on the master plan that was approved, and then we have the Measure BB that was approved by the voters to support those the different projects within that. Although a pool is an allowable expenditure within Measure BB, it's not in any master plans for that. A I like to say that every high school surrounding us have a pool on their campus. So it is a necessity, or if you want to say a part of the educational program is we should have that. We just don't. We have a very old school pool at Artesia High School. We do not have a pool that would meet CIF guidelines or whether it's a 35 meters CIF pool or a 50 meters Olympic size pool. We don't have that, right? So our students, what they have to do, they have to go to CPE for that. When that pool get closed down for renovation, sometimes they have to go to Cerritos College for that. So we just have to explore and see where our students can practice. If the board preference is for us to explore the possibility of a district pool at one of our high school campus, Cerritos or GAR, we can do that. We can look at other funding sources. The interest earned on the Measure BB funds can be spent on that. We haven't earmarked that for that. We have developer fees funds. We can look into that. We can reallocate funds within Measure BB from other location to support that, or we can look at the federal funds. The CARES Act allow you to. We have to work with the state CDE to see if that's allowable. But there's mechanism for you to do that if you were to. If there's interest from the board to explore.
So we did actually have a pool that was supposed to go into our, I remember knocking on doors and asking for people to vote on this thing. It was originally supposed to go to, the district pool was originally supposed to go to Artesia. And I guess that changed a little bit, but I think we're obligated to build something related to a district pool at some location. We don't have anything, just as Mr. Tuan indicates, right?
Right now, it's not in any master plan for any other school. There was that area at Cerritos High School. I was told that when it was built, it was designed to save for the pool, I think it's across the street from Heritage Park, that, I don't want to say the
There
dirt
was a
patch, the
discussion,
garden.
That was approved by the
Yeah.
board.
So, so that's a good location. Or GAR is, we have a large, GAR is a large school. There's.
Does
if you
GAR
want
use
to
Cerritos
explore
High
that.
School? Does GAR use Cerritos College?
We used to. I don't think we have a contract with them anymore. We all three schools are with CPE now.
That's pretty far away.
$40,000 a year for using. I think it's out of the range now. We're discussing about the budget and.
Yes, no, I understand. So, but this is the part of the budget that we're planning here, expenditures by object, page 68, regarding our capital fund, and it is an approvable expense for the CARES Act, as Mr.
Right.
Tuan
Yes.
indicated.
Yes.
So I'd like to explore that possibility in terms of the allowable expenditures and creating a district asset. So can we do that? Do we need obviously, we can't vote on this right now.
There's nothing to vote. If there's
Nothing to
census
vote.
from the board, staff can go back and hopefully by June 15, but if I can't, then it'll be in August, obviously. Present to the board the cost of building a district pool and the possible funding source. I can't promise by June 15, but of course at the board meeting after that, or some board meeting after that.
Madam President, I support staff looking into that and just
Yes.
showing us what the cost would be, what options we have.
I think so. I know that
they'll take
Cerritos
Yeah.
High School had a very strong water polo.
Yep.
But because they don't have a pool, they couldn't go further. So I know that Cerritos High School has a very strong, swimming and water polo.
And then when we.
Yeah,
had a
community.
When we opened a committee at the Tetzlock, right? on the Zoom, That was one of the things about it is up, the swimming pool and the Cerritos High. Site building at Tisha. That was about at the community meeting. And there was a lot of parents. And we even saw the pictures, talked about that. But again, it wasn't, when it went through well to the board. wasn't agree with that.
This could even be used by middle schools, couldn't it?
Not me, the school.
Madam President, point of order. I'm sorry. We're really getting off topic. It is an expenditure. I agree with that. But they're just,
Staff already saying
Can
we're
we-
gonna go investigate it. So
Yeah.
let us-
let's give them direction to look
Please.
at it and
Thank
then,
you. I agree.
sorry, thank you.
Yeah, so good point. And, I do want to say something. Yeah?
Okay, I have no
Okay.
further questions.
Yeah, please. Okay, that's.
I'm done. Thank you.
I do want to say something about, we did talk about enrollment, decline enrollment. Even though we have 700, we can't raise huge number 5 times. But every year we're starting to decrease. I mean, I know it's a nationwide issue there. And we also know the local school has a lot of school has declined enrollment, but we are getting to the red tape right now. Every year we go down to 100 and 100, 100. This is almost like 12 years now. So we do have to think about that. And I remember I talked to Dr. Su before. And I remember I talked to Dr. Su regarding there's a decline issue. I think we should have some ad hoc committee. And find an ad hoc committee, let them to decide, let them take a look. And this is about time though.
Yeah.
Because I remember we talked, maybe May we can bring it up, and this is June already. So maybe we should have some community get involved to helping us to look into what else we can do. This is the thing I want to point out today. Yeah. Because based on the budget we have issue, we can't keep going. I know CalPERS is going to be a headache. And actually the study has shown by the time 2028, it's going to be double on that. It's going to be burden to everyone, to the district staff, not just us, the city too. So I'm asking my colleague to support me having an ad hoc committee based on the decline enrollment issue there. And we had it before, right? We had an ad hoc committee a long time ago. That was back in about 1980, I think. They had ad hoc committee regarding the decline enrollment too. And we also had a study done too. So maybe tonight is a good night, good time. So I asked them. I will be.
I support
I would support that.
Yeah.
Support, so I need a second. Okay, so I want to make that clear one more time. We need to open ad hoc committee for decline enrollment.
So Madam President, before that, so this is, if that's the wish of the board, this is my recommendation, right? So we wait for the enrollment this fall to see if we can recapture any of the 700.
You think
So-
700, we can recap on that?
Or even half or whatever, we don't know, but August will be here before you know it. That's right after the next June meeting is that. So once we have that data, we will, my recommendation also to retain Davis Demographic to do an update on the projection. They did that about 3 years ago for us. So after that, we will do a presentation to the board on a, you have a special study session on that. And then if you choose to form an ad hoc committee to further look into facility, that would be your next step.
You think by September?
So September would be when we get our enrollment data for the new year. So we have the most recent data, a more solid number, because this year is really not reflective of our enrollment in ABC or state or throughout up and down the state. So once we get that, we should get an outside expert to help us to just an update, because they already did a thorough one, a 7 years projection a few years back. So they can do an update on that. And then once we get that, the board can do a special study sessions on that. And then if you still want to form an ad hoc committee, you have to clearly out the charge. What do you want them to do? What's the charge of this ad hoc committee?
Okay.
A quick clarification, Madam President.
Now it's 10 o'clock now. I need the board to approve another until, let me see how many we have now. I need a census to extend our tonight's meeting.
An hour? Yeah.
Is it 11 o'clock?
11:30?
10:30 is the cutoff, right?
10:45.
10:30 is the normal cutoff.
But
I-
11 is
So
better.
I'll
We
make a
can-
motion to extend it 30 minutes to 11.
But we
Then
can only
let's
do
do that.
one motion to extend. So if we don't
Yeah.
get done, this is
So
an
maybe
action.
11 would be better.
This E-log has to be approved tonight or not. So if we're only if we don't get this voted on tonight, it doesn't happen. I think we need more than 30 minutes, just in
I
case.
suggest 11
All
o'clock.
right, I'll change my motion to midnight. just to be
Well,
safe.
Okay, hopefully we don't get there.
No, we're not going to be that. We can't extend, I think we only extended what, 1 hour or something, right?
No, there's no
Yeah.
limit on terms. We can only
There is
extend it
no-
once.
Yeah, so 11 o'clock, you made it.
My motion is to extend the meeting till midnight, just in case we need it.
Right, we might need it.
Okay,
I don't think we'll need it.
okay. So I need a second.
I'll second that.
Then your roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
No.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
No.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
No.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu,
Yes.
motion passes 4-3.
Thank you.
President say we
Okay,
also
do we have
need,
any
I'm
just-
sorry, President say we need to close the public hearing if there's no
Oh,
further
that's right.
discussion.
One last question.
Okay,
we're gonna
Well,
vote.
no, I had asked for permission to clarify something.
So, Olga, yes,
Yes.
Super quick.
then Ernie next. Anyone else? That's it. Okay, go ahead.
I
Okay.
just wanted to know as staff, I know we were given deficit numbers with declining enrollment, but with declining enrollment, it's also savings, less teachers, et cetera. So that the number that we get, take that into account?
So my question, I have one simple question. Do we increase the advertising budget to recover the 700 students that we lost?
So we work with the different schools for the different marketing strategies as needed, especially the South Side schools in the different languages. We also look into social media to expand that. So I will be working with Mr. Smith. It's in the budget. We have that. Should we need to do further marketing of our school districts?
So did we increase the marketing budget? Because it seems like it would be a good investment to get those students back. If this is an unusual year, I wouldn't be against it if you guys added another $50,000 to try to keep students. That
Well,
wouldn't-
Clerk Nishii, we have increased the budget for Mr. Smith.
Okay, so you have.
Yes.
That-
Yes.
How much have we increased it by?
I'm going to say at least 15%.
Yes.
Which is how much?
So usually we spend about 15,000 in that. So now it's $30,000. But roughly that's
double.
100%, almost double.
100%.
Actually, the actual number, I'm sorry. I only give him 25, but yes, it's within, we believe 25,000 is sufficient, but we can always revise that and up that if we need to.
I think that the $30,000 budget isn't that much in terms of advertising. I know to run a campaign, it costs a lot of money. And I only had to do my small little area. So to your discretion, obviously, the best measure of success is success. So don't chintz out on that.
Yes, sir.
Each kid means money and
Dr. Rio?
education.
Okay.
Dr. Rio? I thought you had some, oh,
She's
I have
already
one
done.
question. Do we accept the foreign students? Foreign students? Some public school right now, they are accepting the foreign student now.
I'm sorry,
International students, you mean?
International
Foreign
students.
students.
I understand the complications that's involved with accepting international students.
Yeah. Okay,
I think
thank
we
you.
need to close the public hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna close the
Move
public
on.
hearing. Okay. Here, no comment, the public hearing is closed. Okay. That's our information item, that's action item. Wow. The action item 1.2-8, may I have a motion to approve elimination of administrative regulation 3350 travel expenses?
So moved.
Second, Apodaca.
Thank you. Dr. Zilo.
Good evening, board. This evening, we have one more board policy to eliminate, as we discussed last time. There's a lot of them, we're trying to bring them, but this one also was encompassed in the new board policy that was set up in 2017, 3350. And so again, these items from the 70s and 90s are being eliminated because they're included in a different policy, and it was taken to our Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee prior.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom at this time. Are there any public comments?
It looks like there is one from Emily, but I'm going to ask her if that's for this agenda item. No, it is not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The discussion to our board now. Any discussion, any comment, any concern? Here none. Daniel, can you do roll call for us, please?
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next one, 1.3-8. May I have a motion to approve new board policy 4112.2 certification and the corresponding administrative regulation?
Motion approved, Daniel.
Second.
Thank you. Dr. Zilo.
Thank you. So this board policy is all of the statute requirements that we follow. We took this to our Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee. Our goal with this is to help make it clear the practices that we're following by law in regard to the different types of certifications. And so there are times when we have to use different laws to certify teachers depending on the situation. In this case, with moving into the administrative regulations, you see the details of those different types of pieces that they have to have passed the basic skills proficiency, which we have all of our certificated people do, as well as if we are needing to use an intern, or if there's special circumstances that are happening where we would like to continue to keep the teacher that is with the students on board due to maybe illness of a teacher extending, something like that. And so these are all of the statutes that we use, and it's just our attempt to put that in a place that's easy to find. Ed code, it's not very easy to find for when you're explaining that to teachers.
Thank you, Dr. Zilo. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hands feature on Zoom at this time. Do we have any public comments?
We do not, Madam President.
Thank you. Now back to the board here. Any discussion, any concern, any questions? Hear none. Ms. Daniel, can you roll call for us, please?
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next one, 1.4-8, may I have a motion to approve revised board policy 4019.1 civil and legal rights. Thank you. Dr. Zillow, please.
Thank you. This policy we took to the Legislative Board Policy Committee, and it is an update to the civil and legal rights. Most of the changes are in regard to moving toward including things that maybe weren't previously included when it was revised last time in 2009. Looking to add in some pieces about technology, not retaliating against people. And a lot of the changes toward the back of the board policy really are in the legal numbers and the changes there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zillow. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use your raise hand feature on Zoom. At this time, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Back to the table here. Do any discussion here from a colleague? Clerk, Nishi first and any second? No, go ahead.
Just two questions. One is, I'm presuming we either reviewed this through legal counsel regarding civil and legal rights, or that this is strictly by the code section. In other words, we are copying the code into our the board policy.
Correct. We use the recommendations from California School Board Association, and we always verify anything that seems a little bit different or unique to make sure with our own legal counsel.
Okay, so legal counsel actually did review through this.
So
board
in
policy.
this case, we didn't see anything that was needing something more significant that way. So in this case, we use CSBA.
Okay, and we confirm that this is dictated by the law, not just CSBA is not the law, in other words.
Correct. This is based on the changes that were in the codes.
In the code. Okay, thank you. That's it. No further questions.
No more discussion. Daniel, roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next one, 2.5-8. We have a motion to approve request to contract with the Frederick Horowitz arbitrator to provide arbitration services.
So moved, Apodaca.
Second, Beach.
Dr. Zillow, please.
So we have been working with our employee group, AFSCME, through a grievance that they have submitted. We have followed all of the protocols set out in our board policy, including meeting with them, including level 1 and level 2. Our collective bargaining agreement with them indicates that when it moves to level 3, that we would use an outside arbitrator that's mutually agreed upon. And so we worked with legal counsel to recommend someone. They have agreed to this arbitrator, and so we're looking to resolve this disagreement with them.
Thank you, Dr. Zillow. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hands feature on Zoom at this time. Do you have any public comment?
We do not.
Thank you. Back to the board for discussion. Any question, any concern?
Just one quick
Okay, go
question,
ahead.
Madam President.
Yeah.
It says for the cost daily rate of 2,600, not to exceed 10,000. Is that per day or total?
That not to exceed 10,000 total.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Daniel, roll call for me, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu. Motion passes 7-0.
Next one, 3.14-A, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with the following company to provide intervention material and professional learning. We have XL Learning, Gender Publishing from Linda Move Bell, Seeing Stars, and Linda Move Bell, Visualizing and Verbalizing. UCLA program for the education and enrichment of relational skills, which is called peers, and researching press from skills training, and wage so price learning, and then this one's called Cambroon group, which is so-called Step Out to Writing. The social emotional learning and academic learning recovery program are scheduled to begin in June and throughout the 2021 to 2022 school year.
So moved, Beach. You got a new second?
Okay, anyone wish, now them to the public. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hand Zoom feature on Zoom at this time. Do we have any public comment?
We do not, Madam President.
Thank you. Any discussion for our board here? Go ahead, Clerk Nishii.
Just want to say that this is a great board report. It has a lot of detail that will helps with the decision. I like the charts. And this is one of the better reports that I've seen. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Nishii. Anyone else? Oh, I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Just curious, does USC offer any program similar to this? Do we have to go to UCLA?
Hey.
I'm just
Yes,
asking.
UCLA fans.
It's more expensive at SC.
Oh.
No, we're public ones, Dave.
Okay,
not
no,
USC.
I agree with Ernie. This is great and it's very well prepared. And I know we're going to make good use of it. So
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Daniel, go ahead, roll call for me, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishii,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Se,
Yes, UCLA.
Mrs. Yu. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Now we're down to 3.15-8. May I have a motion to approve request to adopt the expanded learning opportunity called grant plan.
So moved, Apodaca.
Second, Nishi.
Gracias, Dr. Mayfield.
Thank you. At the May 18th, 2021 board meeting, the board heard a presentation on staff recommendations for the use of the expanded learning opportunity grant. Quick reminder, this is part of Assembly Bill 86. We are looking at $13.4 million in funding. The services are being directed at students and as well as at staff for preparation to offer extended instruction, accelerated progress to close achievement gap, integrated supports, provide support for credit deficient students, provide additional academic services for students, and train school staff in strategies including trauma-informed practices to engage students and families. We were required by law to involve our stakeholder groups, which include parents and guardians, as well as teachers and school staff. We've met the obligation of this grant. All of our recommendations are aligned to the state's 7 strategies, and we involve the appropriate stakeholder groups in the decisions that the board is asked to vote on tonight. The board has a copy of the plan. The plan is also posted on the district website, and I can answer any questions that the board may have specific to this item.
Thank you, Dr. Mayfield. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature on the Zoom at this time. Do we have any public comment?
We do not, Madam President.
Now back to the table to my colleague. Any question, any concern? Here none, Daniel, roll
Yes,
call.
yes,
Oh,
yes, I have.
I waited.
I thought somebody would have a question about $13 million. But it is very clear. It's a good report. Thank you, Dr. Mayfield. The previous report was also very good. So I think it was very clear the way we did it. So I understand why nobody had a lot of questions, but I still have questions. So I see a combo reduction for up to 14 teachers. That looks like it's a $3 million expense, which definitely having combo classes is it's a challenging experience for teachers, I'm sure. So that is a great way of expenditure. Wanted to just clarify for the public that on page 12 of 17 of the expanded learning opportunities plan, it says additional academic services for students for $2.5 million. And if you want to just explain for the public what that is.
The additional academic service for students is addressed on page 7 of this document 2A, and that includes our learning intervention reading specialists at every elementary school, as well as elementary through high school tutoring support for students who are identified that need help with homework or other assignments.
Okay, that sounds great. And so I understand under accelerating progress, this is on page 12 of 17 of the expanded learning opportunities plan. Approximately $5,010,000 spent accelerating progress to close learning gaps through the implementation, expansion, or enhancement of learning supports, which includes the combo reduction of 14 teachers.
And we anticipate approximately 14 teachers hired out of this funding source.
Okay, so that's 14 new teachers. And is this also going to reduce class size?
So it's a either or. And so it depends on what the school needs are. If they have combo classes, then our first priority is to eliminate combo classes. And if there's additional funding left, we can then move to reduce class sizes or provide extra para support. And so we will have to assess where each school is at and proceed based on the funding allocation.
So it looks like roughly combo reduction is $2.8 million of that $5 million. Is that right?
If you're on page 8, is the first item on page 8, 2A5, is about $3 million that has been aligned to this item to reduce the number of combo classes, reduce size or reduce class sizes, or provide extra para support.
Oh, wait, page 8 of 17, and I'm talking about the plan itself, the expanded learning opportunities plan.
Expanded learning opportunity plan.
Page 8.
Page 8.
It says supplemental instruction and support alignment 2A and 5.
Correct. 2A and 5 is the first box.
Reduce class sizes, combo classes, or provide extra para support. And in the previous report it was on page 12, I believe. It says combo reduction of up to 14. Oh, that's different.
Yeah, so it's about $3 million has been allocated to address this particular item.
So there's about $2 million of that spent for the other things such as reduce class sizes or provide extra para support. I see here we have extending instructional learning time by $2.5 million, so it's a lower amount of money. My understanding is that additional instructional time is part of what makes education valuable. And I've heard of science teachers who are complaining that they didn't get to the last 2 chapters of their science class because they didn't have enough days to teach. And I've heard of AP teachers having the same challenges, that they're trying to get kids to take this test and they don't have enough days to do it. And so I'm wondering, or I'd like to enhance this extending instructional learning time by only $500,000 and taking it from this $5 million budget, because I think that there's some direct relational benefits. One of the things I was thinking is that although the school schedule is already set, and we're not going to be able to change that, that there are those days that we have during the week every month where the kids are sent home early and there's no additional instruction occurring for them. And the parents are wondering, what are we going to do with the kids? And I know that it adds on to the other days that they have, but for the one Wednesday a month at some schools or at different places, parents are scrambling, trying to figure out what they're going to do. And sometimes it's more than that, and sometimes more than a few hours. I'd like for us to give staff the authority to have additional funds to address that issue, to make it so that kids can go to a full 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock school, even though the teachers may be out for professional learning, which is important for the teachers. So that would be my slight amendment to this. Just $500,000 to go towards additional instructional learning time. It's not going to add a day, but it may add a few hours. I think that's where we would get most benefit. So that's my motion, $500,000 from the accelerated progress to close learning gaps, and put it into the extending instructional learning time.
Did you have to go to negotiation, please? Huh?
So
I
the.
like to hear from the staff.
So initially, Mr. Niishii talked about teachers who have indicated needing one more day to teach and complete content. To add an additional day to the school calendar requires negotiation.
That's right.
And I think we heard from our ABCFT president tonight in regards to that item.
Right.
We have some elementary schools who bank time, and in banking time, they are extending days. Monday, 4 days a week are their longer instructional days that are required in order for them to bank time and have a minimum day on Wednesday. And so there's not a loss of instructional time because they have extended the other school days to accommodate for the banking time on the minimum day for staff. And so the challenge when we're talking about keeping potentially 700 elementary students on campus, if the teachers are in meetings and in professional learning, who's with the 700 students at a school, a large school, or who's with the 400 students at a large school? So that becomes the challenge of finding enough other staff to provide quality instruction beyond, because this would be beyond the school day or beyond the school day for the students who are still on campus. So that will be something that tonight we don't have a solution for, and I don't know that 500,000 will be a sufficient amount to account for that. We don't know the impact of how many elementary schools have those minimum days. And
So-
again, I just want to emphasize that there is not a loss of instructional time because that instructional time has just been dispersed differently.
So I'm actually not talking about a loss. I'm trying to extend. If we are serious, we're serious about helping these low performing schools, because that's what this money is about, then I'm not even asking about an additional day. Mind you, I'm asking for hours, just a few more hours that these kids will get to have with real instruction. And I'm not gonna micromanage all the little details. If $500,000 is not to get all of that I want, maybe it's not. Maybe it'll get just a few extra hours. But I'm willing to ask for that for these kids because, quite frankly, I am not satisfied with 2%. I would rather have a lot more performance. And I know the way we get there is give the kids the time in front of an educator. So rather than, and I understand that part of it is reducing down but we're not even affecting that. We're not affecting the combo classes. We're still gonna have the money for the combo class. We're not talking a ton of money. We're talking about trying to improve performance. And I am confident in staff that they know how to do that they would be able to, I'm not talking days, I'm just talking hours. So that's all. If I don't get a second, that's fine.
Okay, and so
that is my motion.
a motion, okay, now do you have a second here? The second, okay. Now Daniel, can you do roll call for me, please?
No discussion? On the
Is there
motion?
any discussion? Okay,
No,
I'd
no,
like
it's
to
fine.
hear
Let's
that.
vote. Let's vote.
I'm sorry, what you said?
Sorry, Madam President, let's vote. I withdraw my.
Okay, withdraw.
I just wanted clarification where you were moving the money from.
So I'm moving it from the $5 million that we have set aside for accelerating progress to close learning gaps through the implementation, expansion, or enhancement of learning supports. This is page 12 of this report. We have $5 million for that. 3 million of that is already allocated towards the combo class elimination, which we're not touching that. I think that's great. That's a great way of spending it. And we're not touching a lot of the other efforts that they're going to be using for that. just a little bit more money towards extending instructional learning time. And however you define that, this is a pretty vague and broad thing, so you can interpret that how you wish. This is plenty of authority that I know that you would be able to spend that money, but at least it puts in a category that I said, hey, I helped out the kids by giving them a little bit more time in front of professional staff. That's all.
So,
I have a
okay, yeah, I'm
question.
putting on the market. I'm gonna call the people right now because I have something to say to it. You finished yours? Okay, but Chris and next, done.
Thank you, Madam President. So I have a question then for Mr. Nishi. Are you saying then, if we're extending it, taking the $500,000 to add whatever it might be, an hour or two, whatever we can to the instruction time with use, would that be using current teachers?
We would leave it to staff to make that determination.
Okay, so then I have a question for staff. Would adding anything, I mean, because you already said we don't have a solution for that tonight, $500,000 across the entire district. My question is, adding any instructional time using anybody within our district, would that still have to go to negotiations? Would we have to go to them and propose it to them? Hey, by the way, the board did this last night. Are you guys open to taking on some more instructional time? Is that something we would have to do?
So if it's in the form of after-school intervention, that's not per se a negotiated item. However, the hourly rate could become a topic of negotiation. And so the potential to have to negotiate is there, because if we're saying that we want to have teachers teaching after-school intervention, they can say, well, we want to negotiate the hourly rate for that. So that would be how you would address that intervention. If we're saying we want teachers to teach an additional instructional period during the school day, that could be subject to, as well conversation. So potentially, yes. I do want to point to the board that the $5 million is a reflection of all the items on page 8, as well as all the items on page 9. So that's the totality of that dollar amount. So I did want the board to be aware that it will be a movement of funds from either we just voted to approve these special education programs, but we have 2C on page 9 is professional learning for teachers, special education teachers in regards to individualized transition plans. And then 2C is professional development. I do hear Mr. Niishi's concerns. We do have the CARES funds as another funding source that we could create some type of proposal for the board to consider about this additional intervention time. So that is another option, another funding source that's not part of this, but I do just want to share that.
So the reason.
Well, hold on, I have the floor, Mr. Nishi, 1 second. I'm sorry. I want to get through this as best as I can before I forget. So is this the best that you have? Are you confident that this is the best that the district has for our students, for our stakeholders, and for our families in ABC Unified for the use of these funds? Is this the absolute top and best that you're recommending tonight?
This recommendation is a reflection of the input from parents, guardians, teachers at the school site,
Right.
school staff, principals, district administration.
This is the voice
So
then?
this is the recommendation.
Okay.
It went through a clear process and this is a reflection of their recommendations.
And so I'm saying you as staff though, you're confident that this is an adequate, the best possible stakeholder representation, reflection of what they put forward for us. So you're satisfied with this? You think this is good?
I do believe that this
Absolutely.
reflects what the community has asked for. We believe that these are deliverables and we believe that they will help improve the outcome for students.
And I trust staff, and that's more than enough for me. I do think that Mr. Nishi's onto something, and I would definitely make a friendly amendment to use, who knows, maybe we have more money than the 500 through CARES, right? A separate funding source, but to be able to approve this so that they can move forward with it and direct staff to come back with talking about getting additional instruction.
No, we We have the motion on the floor already here.
That was a friendly.
So, let me give an explanation as to why I thought it was more important to take, comes from ELOG than from CARES. CARES covers the entire district, every kid potentially. And that's great. And I would love to have that. And that's a multi-year program that we can use the monies for. So that's wonderful. I'm just concerned that, and, you know, I'm concerned that this money is for low-income kids that need to achieve, and sometimes, you know, parents will accede to whatever they see because, you know, I know that the community did have some input, but what I'm saying as a board member is that data shows that more instructional time is demonstrably goes directly to these math scores and these English scores. And so if it's the board's will not to put more money towards low-income kids to get more instructional time, I guess that will be the will of the board. I just need to try at least with this set of funds that's meant to be spent this year. Because we don't want to wait till many years later. I want us to have a long-term comprehensive plan for the whole district. And that's great, but this fund is for specifically a group of kids that have challenges. So, and I'm looking at approximately 338,000 is for these, the Linda Mood Bell program. So that still leaves $1.6 million for everything else. So if we move it, I don't think we're negatively affecting that. We're not taking away from the combo classes, which, by the way, after 2 years or so, we're gonna maybe have to go back to. And we're not taking from the Linda Mood Bell program, which we just approved, which is 338,000. It's from the other things. And I think that would be my motion.
We have another question.
Is the friendly rejected then?
You know what? I have another question on here,
Yes.
Chris.
Okay, my friendly amendment was rejected. Thank you. No, nothing more, Madam President. Thank
Sorry,
you.
what you said?
Because I made a friendly amendment to use CARES Act funds instead of these funds.
So we need a second
No,
motion.
no, he
to
rejected it.
You want
No,
to,
because
you want to.
there's a reason I wanted to have
Yeah.
it part of this fund.
Okay.
Yeah, so mine failed. Thank you, Madam President.
Go ahead.
I just have a quick question for Dr. Mayfield. Nixon, for instance, has about 54% of our population low income, where my daughters go. If what Ernie's suggesting, how would we guarantee it just to go to those kids? Because they're split amongst all the classes, right? If you're given an extra hour to every class, only half of the kids are low income, correct? Or how would we?
Are you referring to an intervention program?
No, the money he's talking about going to kids for extra instructional time, they're mixed amongst a lot of the schools. So how are we guaranteeing it goes to just those kids if we approve that?
So the ELOG funds can be used for all students.
Okay.
The CARES funds can be used for all students. The ELOG funds must have allocations that include students who are English learners from low-income families, students who have deficit in credits. And so there's a whole list of, we must include representation of the students in one of those categories, which we have done. And so the majority of these funds target specifically that student populations that was identified. And then some of the services are for all students. And so CARES gives us the broader flexibility. If you're asking at your child's school, what about the other students who also may need intervention support? Then the CARES fund is a broader funding source that can also be used for all students. And so I think the staff's approach was really to have a comprehensive approach of looking at all the funding sources working together, because as pointed out, this is a one-time funding. And so if we want to keep the reading specialists, we're going to need some CARES monies to keep them for the next 2 years. If we want to continue these intervention supports, we're going to need some of the CARES funding to carry on beyond next year. And so these funding sources have to work complementarily together so that these services extend beyond 1 year.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Rios.
I supported the amendment because I remember reading research that talks about, and it's a TED Talk, that 1 hour of tutoring a week can close an entire year's worth of a gap in learning. And I do like the idea that kids do get out early once a week, every week, and devoting some of this time to those high needs kids, regardless, because we have LCAP for certain students, but at every school, those tier 3 kids that are in serious need, to provide this even added service would be amazing. I don't know about every student, Ernie, because that would be really hard to find the staff, but definitely for high needs, regardless of income, I think would, again, there's that other layer of us addressing kids and would bring that achievement level up.
So 2A includes tutoring support that is represented in this plan. And I also wanted to just share that earlier the board did approve peer skills streaming and Linda Mubel, but the 710,000 that's needed is because we still have to pay for substitutes. We still have to pay teacher hourly. And so that cost was not included in the board item that you just approved. That was just for the professional development and for the materials. And so we still need this funds to, have the staff to be trained. Otherwise, we've approved services and we don't have a way of funding the staff for the training.
Next one, I will have to go to VP Jill. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll make it very quick. Because Ernie brought this up, I mean, we have to discuss what we're going to vote on, but I want to encourage Ernie to make a little amendment. Because I agree with Dr. Rios in terms of extending the learning hours during that minimum day, but not to all the students, because not all students want to stay in school, but those specific group of students who fall in that category for 11, who does need that additional tutoring. I think that could really help. So if you could make a little amendment, that would be very helpful for us to vote.
So yes, I would be willing to make that amendment to include it as a tutoring, or if you wish, I just like to make sure, see, this is kind of vague. It's really vague and it doesn't, so I want to make sure that the monies go directly to the place it's supposed to go. So if it's tutoring, yeah, if you're saying that we're gonna have for the under the $5 million, then I don't have to move anything around, that it's gonna go to the combo elimination, that's 2.8. If it's gonna go to the Linda Mood Bell program, which is $338,000 roughly. If the additional $100,000 goes towards supporting the substitutes that were gonna be part of that, and the balance goes to tutoring, then yes, that's a good use of $5 million. And so we wouldn't need to transfer as much money, but I just want to, I want it to go towards things that are proven to help with the performance that we're talking about. And I've always heard that more instructional time does help that. I have not heard that reducing class sizes, I've heard reducing class size down to 15, as is proposed in the governor's budget, can help towards better outcomes. But reducing it from 28 to 27 does not affect outcomes as much as individual one-on-one tutoring. So if that is the way that we can direct the funds to be spent, that is exactly what I would be acceptable with, and we can vote it as is.
Yeah, Mr. Nishii, your concerns are well spoken for in this. When you look on page 7, intervention supports can take place before school, after school, during school. The tutoring is there. They're this one and the same. So the tutoring support could be specific tutoring on assignments. Intervention could be identified gaps, and then we're addressing those specific areas. And those can both take place after school during that gap of time that you're referring to. So I clearly understand your concern. I think that this plan does encompass it without needing to move money. And being able to assure that we can offer the service to students. And so we have it in different places, in different ways in which schools can access those funds for that block of time on those minimum days where students are dismissed early for the designated students who need the extra help.
Okay, so just to be clear, 2.8 is roughly specifically for the elimination of combo classes. 338 is for Linda Mood Bell, approximately $100,000 to support that particular use. And then the balance for tutoring. Those are good uses. And so that's what we'll be approving.
So you're indicating 2.8, but we have 3 million set aside for class size reduction. It's 3 million. We have 710,000 set aside for the peers skill streaming and Linda Mubel, because again, we have to pay for the substitutes and pay for the teacher hourly. We have over 2.5 million that's set aside for tutoring support.
How much?
2.550.
Okay.
That includes tutoring support and our reading intervention, and then another 2.5 that includes intervention support.
Wait, that's more than, that's 7 million.
It's a lot of money that's already targeting specifically those areas of interventions, tutoring, extended learning. We have, it can happen on Saturdays, it can happen after school, it can happen during the intercessions, if we can find staff to staff it. And so there's multiple ways we can extend the instructional time. To your example specifically though, in those minimum days, staff could use these funds that are here to address that.
Okay, so then you'd be able to use it for those minimum days that I'm talking about.
If schools can find the staff to support the instruction for students who need the support during those minimum days, absolutely, the funds are here.
Okay.
So we do have the funds to do it. We just have to make sure that we can appropriately staff, because it really is about quality of instruction. So we can offer quantity and compromise quality, and that's not the standard we want.
I want both.
I know you want both,
I
and we
want
want both. And so that's what we want to be able to assure, that we can provide quality and by qualified staff who can provide quality instruction during those minimum days. And so there is funding here. I want to assure you that there is funding here to support the request that you have, as long as we can find the quality staff for students.
So we don't really need to vote then.
Well, we have to vote on this plan in general, so
Yeah, but like for your motion, so you wanna withdraw?
I'll withdraw it.
Okay.
I just want to make sure
Okay.
that the
Okay.
funds are spent
Let's
appropriately.
vote.
Okay, let's go. So do we vote already?
Yes, please.
We need a vote for this item.
So go ahead, roll call, please, Danielle.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Se,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Now, next one's a board member reports, please. Look around, anyone? Okay, Dr. Eugenio, Dr. Rios, B is Beach, and then VP. Anyone else? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. On Tuesday, May 25th, I attended the combined Aloha and Willow Elementary Band virtual recital. I enjoyed listening to the students playing their various instruments, from trumpet, trombone, clarinet, flute, and percussion. I know how many hours it takes of practice to recite their segment. I applaud the students' hard work and creativity. Not only did they have to play their designated instrument, they also had to coordinate the use and timing of technology as well. I'd also like to thank Mr. James Brink for once again inviting me and coordinating the band recitals for Gonzalez, Aloha, Willow, and Palms. Just as a reminder, Palms will be holding their recital virtually on June 3rd at 5:30 and also at 7 p.m. The school year is coming to a close, and I want to congratulate all our students promoting and congratulate our graduating seniors. You have all endured and flourished through a historical year. To our students, parents, teachers, and school staff, I want to wish you all a happy and safe summer and see you all next year. That's all.
Thank you. Next one, Dr. Bill, please.
Same thing. I also want to congratulate all our graduates. I know that I'm looking very much forward to attending graduations. And so congrats to everyone graduating class of 2021. The other thing is just, we got this booklet in our staff information, and I really encourage the board to go through it. It's got valuable information. A lot of the data that we talked about is listed in here. A lot of CASP data. I noticed there was some other benchmarks. We talked about different data. And when you visit the schools, carry this with you. I don't know if we're going to get an updated versions when we approve it, but just flip to a page and ask the school how they're doing with their English language counselor that the district is going to be hiring, or how they're doing with their culturally responsive teaching that's outlined in here. So that we can really have a valuable discussion come this time this year about the progress we've made. Thank you.
Okay, next, Mr. B.
I wanted to also congratulate all of our 6th and 8th graders on their promotion and all the 12th graders on their graduation. I want to thank all of our teachers, our staff, our parents and families for all their hard work during this difficult year. It's almost over and we did it together. Thank you to everyone. And also, I just wanted to mention that a lot of parents are asking about what next school year is going to look like in our virtual academy. So I'm hoping at the next meeting on June 15th, we'll have a presentation for them before we're off for a month and a half, so parents know what to expect. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you, Madam President. Last week, I attended the Killian's Science Award Night through Zoom, and it was amazing participation and the energy and the presentation. That was pretty amazing. And I do want to congratulate all the students and families promoting this year. And especially, I want to thank all the principals and our staff for making this happen, to graduate in person, whether it's drive-through or in person. I mean, because of the social distancing and all the protocols, there are more graduations on different days. But again, thank you to all the staff for making this happen, because last year my daughter graduated, and of course we couldn't celebrate, but this year I'm so glad for all the families. I know you guys are looking forward to it. You deserve it. Your students deserve it. So congratulations.
Thank you. Is the clerk Nishi?
Yeah, really quick. I got to attend that Killian thing, and it was kind of cool because they had the dance at the very end, and I even had my little doggy dance. So it was kind of cute. And then everybody else followed in. I think it's interesting to have dual Japanese immersion. So that's curious. I want to keep up with the Chinese double immersion though, if we can do that too. I think it's great that we're doing the immunizations on campus in school. So and I forgot what day was that again? Tomorrow. It's tomorrow. And what school was it again? Cerritos High School. Great. If anybody's listening, you can get a free $50,000 or whatever it is. I don't know.
$50, not
$50.
$50,000.
Oh, okay, whatever.
Please.
We doubled the gate budget. That's pretty good. And I had a public meeting last week where we talked about this budget that we have here. This is a $280 million budget, and we did it in just a few hours. So that's a lot of money spent in a short amount. We haven't actually spent it yet, but and so they did talk about CTE. They did talk about instructional time. They did talk about CCEJ. Some people liked it. Some people had some issues. But for the most part, parents got to talk about it. And we even had Mr. Smith attend as well to hear all the little details. And somebody did talk about having a district aquatic facility, which is important for academics, I think, as well. Good body also means good brain as well. That's it. Thank you. And hopefully everybody has, I was also supposed to thank you to the people who helped the seniors at GAR and at Whitney and at Cerritos. And there's a whole list of them. And I realized that's just like the principal said, you can't thank everybody. But I am going to be regretful that Miss Simcoe is retiring. And Mr. Brink, who's an institute, I remember meeting, he always invited me to those shows, and that he's retiring, and he is replaced by great people, but you really can't replace Mr. Brink. And all the other people that are leaving us, Jody and Proda, who's leaving us as well, which an institution. And again, her replacement is also a wave toward the future. And I think it's a great way that our budget, our district's going to move. And, I just do these things because I care. I want the best for all of our kids. And that's it. Thank you, Madam President.
Anyone else? Thank you. Announcement, next regular board meeting will be on Tuesday, June 15th, 2021, 7 o'clock, at District Office Boardroom. And now we go down to second public comment. Do we have any?
We actually do have one right now, and that is Kirit Chahan. Kirit, go ahead, unmute.
Board, 50 years ago, a very insightful album was created, and that is What's Going On by Marvin Gaye. He talked about the world and how some of it has not changed since the 70s. It's kind of ironic. Your schools were built in the 70s. The community gave you facilities that met your need for the students at the time. And over the decades, the student population has increased. You have made no effort to keep up with the increasing capacity of student need in the schools. Words and actions of my grandfather made sure that we knew that we feed the children first and adults are second. In your world, you take care of the adults first and children are second, with the exception of this conversation recently. Your actions and statements are on the record. You said you had no money to fix your school, but you had no problem paying the staff and having reserve over the years, and now even a pool. You had the first bot. You didn't meet the minimal standards for restrooms then. How do I know this? When the newspaper published an article, this is for the second bond, they printed a photograph of the boys' bathroom. They didn't have the courage to print the girls' bathroom. Because if you go there right now, I dare any one of you board members to go to Artesia High School and count the restrooms for the girls. You came to the community, you asked for another $250 million bond. And again, your coyness is very revealing. It is not the intent of the number of the district to comply with the plumbing code. Shame on you. These actions are demonstrated to the public community why you can't be trusted with the money. Sleight of hand and trickery. I will continue to advocate to meet minimal school facility standards. And in case you didn't know, the K-12 toilet requirements summary requires, based on the 2013 and 2016 California Plumbing Code, you can look it up yourself. It even tells you what you're supposed to do. You have two choices. You can add more restrooms, or you can decrease the number of students attending the school to match the restrooms that you are keeping over there. I asked you on April 20th how many restrooms were being built at Whitney High School. You did not answer, instead pled the fifth by giving no data. What a cop-out answer. We are adding 2 unisex bathrooms for the staff. You are not answering questions of how many restrooms that you have and how many you're building. I will keep asking this question until you have the courage to answer it directly and honestly. Because if you lack the courage to face the problem, please don't run for this position again. I have a second question. What is the process for instituting some sort of term limits? I am sickened by the gap between your words and your actions. I understand these may be difficult issues, but the board has to address these, but hasn't addressed this issue in decades. Now, give them money in the budget, do the right thing. To the bargaining unit, you either fighting to meet the minimum standards in school facility for your children and the adults who work there too, or you're a part of the deliberate indifference too. And that's what I call deliberate indifference. You know what's right, but you don't want to do it. We can't just sit on the sideline pretending not to know the facts. Mr. Geer, I agree with what you said this morning. I saw you at the event early on today.
1 minute.
I really hope that this is a truly philosophical change that addresses the needs of our community and our students first. Everyone else is a beneficiary of the students who attend the school. And then here's another angering point. Foreign students, we can't even serve our students across this district well. And you want to sell seat space in California public school? There's something seriously wrong. Thank you, board. Good night.
Any other? No? That's it? Thank you.
There are no more public comments.
Thank you. Now I'm asking the board make a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
Second?
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Have a nice day.